Chapter 1453. The other side of the Devil World's channel was also surrounded by numerous cities of the Devil race. They weren't inferior to the cities of the Yi clan. However, they were divided according to the sphere of influence of the 6 great royal clans. The 8 great royal clans ruled everything in the Devil World. There were some huge clans or big clans under the 8 great royal clans. They were dependent on these 8 great royal clans in order to survive. Among these 8 great royal clans, the Fallen Angel clan and the Hidden Devil clan were very low-key. They usually gathered in their own lair. Therefore, even though they were called the 8 great royal clans, they actually had strongholds everywhere. The other 6 great royal clans had forces all over the Devil World. A handsome young fallen angel had arrived in a city under the jurisdiction of the original Devil clan on this day. He had silver-gray hair and a pair of wings on his back. This was the signature appearance of this clan. Unlike other demons who were either ferocious, terrifying, or evil, the men and women of the Fallen Angel clan were all famous for their beauty, especially the women of the Fallen Angel clan. They were not inferior to the women of the Azura clan. It seemed as if they had gathered all the beautiful elements on their bodies. The other devils looked at this fallen angel with rather unfriendly expressions. They didn't have a good expression on their faces. The Fallen Angel clan was incompatible with the Devil race. They used to be the mortal enemy of the Devil race. However, they had fallen and joined the Devil race later on. Moreover, they had relied on their ancestor, who was faintly the strongest person in the Devil World, to occupy the position of one of the 8 great royal clans. The surrounding people's gazes were somewhat unfriendly. However, most of them were somewhat curious. There weren't many members of the Fallen Angel clan. Moreover, they were very low-key. They wouldn't easily appear in front of people under ordinary circumstances. Therefore, they were somewhat surprised to see a fallen angel at this time. The surrounding people's gazes were unfriendly. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care. After all, this Fallen Angel clan wasn't someone else. He had disguised himself as one. This was the second time he had disguised himself as a fallen angel. So, he was very familiar with it. The Fallen Angel clan was incompatible with the other royal clans of the Devil World. However, he had been accepted as a member of the Devil race after all. So, it couldn't be more convenient for him to walk in the Devil World as a fallen angel. Moreover, the other royal clans rejected the Fallen Angel clan. However, they were also constantly fighting amongst each other. They had been fighting nonstop for countless years. Blood had flowed like rivers. It was unknown how much blood had been spilled on each other's hands. The killings in the Devil World were 100 times more tragic than those in the human world. Yi Shiwen had only entered the city for a short while. However, he had already seen several killings. Several experts of the half-step celestial realm of the Devil race were fighting each other. The losers had their heads bitten off. This was a common occurrence for the Devil race. They had become an existence that could shake the entire ancient Barrens continent by relying on their bravery to fight. Yi Shiwen walked in the cities of the Devil World. The cities of the Devil World were dirty and messy compared to the cities of the human race. However, they didn't care about it. After all, they were from the Devil race. Yi Shiwen had chosen to sneak into the Devil World because he had no other choice. The demon-suppressing mirror had been snatched by him, and the demon-suppressing city seemed to have gone crazy as a result. They had spies in every city of the human race. Moreover, almost no one had dared to attack the demon-suppressing city at this time. Moreover, they were looking for the lost demon-suppressing mirror. This was a very important thing for the entire Yi clan, so they couldn't lose it like this. At this time, Yi Shiwen had entered the Devil World. To a large extent, he had come here to seek refuge. No matter how powerful the demon-suppressing city was, it was impossible for them to extend their hands into the Devil World. Ordinary people couldn't enter the Devil World because their aura was too different from that of the devils. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He could naturally disguise himself as a fallen angel, and no one had ever recognized him. Moreover, there was no faster way to complete the task assigned by the clan lord than to enter the Devil World. In the Devil World, he would have to look for those ambushers everywhere. But it wouldn't be difficult to find them in the Devil World. Suddenly, a devil flame streaked across the sky. Yi Shiwen raised his head and looked up. He saw a chariot traversing across the vast sky. It was pulled by 8 black horses whose entire bodies were burning with raging flames. The chariot was streaking across the vast sky. Nightmare beasts. Yi Shiwen immediately recognized the identity of these 8 horses. They were the legendary nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts were burning with hellfire. They could control lightning and travel through dreams. They belonged to a very powerful kind of magical beast. It had a crimson horse mane and tail that fluttered like flames. Its 4 hooves contained the power of chaos, allowing it to float in the air. In the demon world, nightmare beasts were extremely tyrannical demon beasts, and they were extremely difficult to subdue. In the legends, nightmare beasts were transformed from the souls of war horses that died on the battlefield. Their bodies were wrapped in a terrifying halo, and their breath was filled with flames that could incinerate all. Their bodies flowed with blazing hot magma. Yi Shiwen had only seen this kind of creature in the biological records. This was the first time he saw a real nightmare beast. However, each of these nightmare beasts had the strength of Heaven Realm and above. They had powerful combat strength. Their 4 hooves could tear the air and were used to pull the carriage. This lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even in the Devil World, there were not many who had such a grand lineup. It was not easy for ordinary demon nobles to catch a nightmare beast. Even if it was only a law manifestation realm nightmare beast, it was extremely difficult to catch, not to mention Heaven Realm nightmare beasts. Just when Yi Shiwen was still curious about who had such a grand lineup, the surroundings were completely noisy. Hiss, Miss Man Yin is out again. Could it be that she has the whereabouts of that human warrior, Fa Wushuang? Amidst the noise, someone's words immediately attracted Yi Shiwen's attention. Fa Wushuang. This name was like magic, immediately attracting Yi Shiwen's attention. He had always been very interested in this top expert ranked at the top of the hidden dragon list. It was just that he did not get to see Fa Wushuang when he went to the Wind King planet previously. Later, there was news that Fa Wushuang was now challenging the top experts on the Soaring Dragon list. For Yi Shiwen at that time, challenging the experts on the Soaring Dragon list was still an unattainable feat to be able to be listed on the Soaring Dragon list. The weakest was a Transcendent Realm 4th level or 5th level expert. Ordinary people could not approach at all. At that time, his cultivation had already reached this level. Yi Shiwen just did not expect that he would appear in the Devil World now. Moreover, he seemed to be besieged by the experts in the Devil World. It must be. Miss Man Yun chased after him so angrily. Who else could it be other than that Fa Wushuang? At this time, someone next to her said with certainty, "This Fa Wushuang is really arrogant. As a human, he dares to break into the Devil World alone. He is simply looking down on our Devil World heroes." Someone said indignantly, "So what if he doesn't look up to him? If you have the ability, go and kill him. That will be fine. I didn't expect there to be such an outstanding talent among humans. He has such a cultivation at such a young age. His future is simply limitless. Such a person will be a great threat to our clan in the future. We must kill him in advance to prevent future troubles." But this Miss Man Yin has chased Fa Wushuang several times. Is there really such a huge hatred? Could it be that Fa Wushuang slept with Miss Man Yin? At this time, an obvious newcomer said with a lascivious smile, "If he really slept with her, there wouldn't be so much trouble." This young hero Fa Wushuang came to the Devil World and defeated many young talents in our Devil World. "Several royal highnesses were defeated," said an old man with a sigh. "Among humans, the title to determine a genius was the prodigy. In the devil world, geniuses were divided into male and female. The male prodigy was the royal highness, while the female prodigy was the royal princess. Ordinary people could not be crowned with such a title. Oh, I remember now. This matter has been very lively in the past few years. I heard that many experts have gone to cause trouble for Fa Wushuang. However, they were all defeated in the end. Even an old man had personally come to deal with them, but he still couldn't make him stay. That person suddenly realized something and said, "Yes, it is because of this matter that the young hero Fa Wushuang has defeated many experts in our devil world. As a royal princess, Miss Man Yun is very arrogant. She has rejected many young heroes. She even looked down on many royal highnesses. However, I didn't expect that she would fall in love with Fa Wushuang. She accompanied him all the way. She even used the power of the great Shura clan to protect him. Otherwise, how could a human like Fa Wushuang go deep into the devil world and challenge so many royal highnesses? It can be said that besides the royal highnesses of the hidden devil clan and the fallen angel clan, many royal highnesses of the other 6 royal families have been defeated by him. I don't know how many people have been angered. Fa Wushuang was able to escape from the hands of an old antique. In the end, it was because Miss Man Yun had personally asked an ancestor of her bloodline to save him. Miss Man Yun is supporting the enemy. The more such people there are, the less hope our demon race will have to enter the ancient wilderness. Someone said indignantly, "What, love? That's just a weak emotion that only humans have. As long as our devil race has formidable strength, it's enough. What can't we get? Oh, that's right. Why is Miss Man Yun chasing Fa Wushuang everywhere? It seems like she won't stop until she's dead." Someone asked curiously. Since the royal princess of the Shura clan was so in love with Fa Wushuang, how could things have escalated to this stage? Speaking of which, it's interesting. Perhaps it's just like what humans say. Love is something that can't be predicted. Although Miss Man Yun is extremely in love with Fa Wushuang, who would have thought that Fa Wushuang would fall in love with a maid beside Miss Man Yun? After Miss Man Yun found out about this, she immediately flew into a rage. She wanted to beat the maid to death. Who would have thought that Fa Wushuang would find out about this? He took that maid and ran away in the middle of the night. Chapter 1454. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth twitched. What kind of melodramatic plot was this? However, he couldn't tell that Fa Wushuang was an infatuated person. Between a beautiful princess of the Ashura clan and a little maid, as long as one had the slightest sense of utility, he would know which to choose. However, Fa Wushuang actually chose the maid. It could be said that he was infatuated. However, the object of his infatuation was a demon. This kind of love was destined to be unacceptable in both the human race and the demon race. However, this princess of the Ashura clan had turned into hatred because of love. Fa Wushuang's future would not be good. In this devil domain, enemies were everywhere. Without the protection of the princess of the Ashura clan, Fa Wushuang might really be unable to move an inch. Even an expert at the peak of the celestial realm would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the devil domain. Miss Man Yun immediately went crazy. Don't you think this is a slap in the face? She is the dignified princess of the Ashura clan. Many highnesses have fallen in love with her, but she didn't even look at them. Instead, she fell in love with this human. Because of this, she endured a lot of pressure. Now, in exchange for this, it can be said that she is bitterly disappointed. Said the old demon, "What a damned human! Lady Man Yun is such a noble person. It's his great fortune that she has taken a liking to him. He's really..." Many demons were so angry that their mouths were twisted. Many of them were Man Yun's admirers. It was fine that their goddess had taken a liking to a human, but she was actually humiliated by that human in such a humiliating way. How could they not be angry? So, Miss Man Yun has already ordered all the borders with the human race to allow people to enter but not to leave. Finally, Fa Wushuang was blocked. Miss Man Yin even personally teleported here to settle the score with him. Then why don't we go and watch the show? I also want to see what kind of young hero dared to sneak into the devil domain alone. Some demons were also attracted just by hearing this. After all, the demon race was still a race that worshipped the strong. Hearing that there was such a young hero, they couldn't help but be tempted. Even if it was the human race, it didn't make any difference to them. Although they were all part of the devil race, there was actually a huge difference between each race. The way they killed each other wasn't much different from the way the human race killed each other. Thinking of this, everyone present could not hold back any longer and followed after him. Even Yi Shiwen was the same. Fa Wushuang was even more courageous than him. He had disguised himself and entered the devil world. He was extremely daring. However, Fa Wushuang had actually entered the devil world with the body of a human. His courage could be said to be unparalleled in this world. With a flap of the gray wings on his back, he streaked across the sky and followed the flow of demons out of the city. When he arrived, he immediately saw countless experts from the demon race surrounding the place from 3 layers to the left and 3 layers to the right. Those who arrived later could only use their divine sense to scan the place to see what was happening. In the center of the experts from the demon race, there was a young expert from the human race. His appearance was quite ordinary and not outstanding. However, there was a sharp aura on his body, which made him look energetic and extraordinary. He was only wearing a simple robe, but he had a different demeanor. Anyone who saw him could not help but praise him. He was really a peerless figure. Behind him was a woman who was dressed like a maid. Although her face was delicate and pretty, it couldn't be said to be a stunning beauty. It was just that she had light makeup on, yet she gave off a sense of purity. She was a succubus. Yi Shiwen could see at a glance that the succubus race was famous for producing handsome men and beautiful women, just like the Azure race and the fallen angel race. And these succubi were born to charm people as a means of survival. Their status was very low in the devil world. The entire race was the plaything of the high-level devils. They weren't like the fallen angel race. They were also a race that produced handsome men and beautiful women. However, the fallen angel race had countless experts. Every member of the fallen angel race was a genius. Moreover, the ancestor of the fallen angel race was currently the strongest person in the devil world. So, who would dare to look down on the fallen angel race? The succubus race wasn't as tyrannical as the fallen angel race. Therefore, they could only be reduced to the playthings of the big shots. The devil world was a world where strength was respected. However, this succubus didn't have heavy makeup on. Instead, she looked very pure and pretty. She looked delicate and pretty, but she wasn't very beautiful. The Azure princess probably hadn't expected that she would lose to such a succubus. The appearance of these 2 people couldn't be considered outstanding. However, they looked like celestial beings at this time. That succubus was also very rare. She wasn't like other succubi who were born with a charm. On the contrary, she had an otherworldly aura. And in front of the 2 of them was the carriage that Yi Shiwen had seen before. In the sky, 8 nightmare beasts were constantly roaring in a low voice, just like wild beasts. An extremely beautiful woman was standing on this gorgeous carriage. She was dressed in a gorgeous robe. She was standing on the carriage like a carriage. The Shura race was full of beauties, let alone the princess of the Shura race. She was born with beauty that could topple cities and countries. Who knew how many royal highnesses had fallen for her? This was the princess of the Shura race, Manyun. Fa Wushuang, are you really so heartless? The Azure princess, Manyun, looked at Fa Wushuang and said. There was a bit of tenderness in her eyes. Fa Wushuang sighed and said, It's not that I'm heartless. It's just that I can't force my feelings. If that's the case, why did you intrude into my world? Why did you tug on my heartstrings? Man Yun gritted her teeth and asked. This wasn't what I wanted, and it wasn't what I wanted. Fa Wushuang said. Huh. Just by saying that it wasn't what you wanted, and it wasn't what you wanted, you can push this matter away completely? Man Yin had a somewhat miserable smile on her face. This trip to the Devil World was all thanks to Miss Man Yin's protection. I will definitely repay you in the future, Fa Wushuang said firmly. I will definitely repay you. I want you to commit suicide on the spot. Is that okay? Man Yin said. I can't commit suicide. As long as it's within my capabilities, I definitely won't dare to disobey. Fa Wushuang said. All right, I want you to kill this B*TCH in front of me, and I will let you go. From now on, you can fly as high as a bird in the sky and as a fish in the sea. No one will stop you. What do you think? Man Yin looked at the succubus behind Fa Wushuang. Her eyes were filled with deep-rooted hatred. That's impossible. I, Fa Wushuang, have an indomitable spirit. This matter is all my fault. If there's anything you want, come at me. Fa Wushuang looked at Man Yin and insisted. All right, then don't blame me. Man Yin smiled miserably. Her eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. Her heart was like dead ashes. She was nothing more than this. Man Yin, I told you that there's no good person in the human clan. He's just playing with your feelings. Watch me kill this guy for you. As the voice faded away, a tyrannical demonic aura pierced through the sky and earth. A tyrannical expert of the Devil Clan appeared in front of everyone with an arrogant voice. It was an ugly great Azura clan member. His face was ugly and disgusting. However, he was dressed magnificently. He was a noble great Azura of the Azura clan. Moreover, he was a highness of the Azura clan. Man Yin looked at the ugly great Azura clan member and then at Fa Wushuang. She could not help but reveal a look of disgust. Even though Fa Wushuang was not considered handsome, he was still extremely handsome when compared to the ugly men in the clan. Although the royal highness of the Ashura tribe was arrogant, his strength was also top-notch. He had a somewhat frightening aura that shrouded the entire area and shocked everyone's aura. The highness of the Azura clan did not care. In his opinion, Man Yin had only been temporarily bewitched by this human brat. In the end, she was still an Azura. In the end, she would still have to marry the Azura clan. As long as he got rid of this human brat, then his chances would increase greatly. Not only did Man Yin have a noble status, but she was also born in the royal family of the Azura clan. She was also favored by the great ancestor of the Azura clan. Otherwise, she would not have been allowed to marry a human warrior. Moreover, Man Yin's strength was very tyrannical. If one could marry Man Yin, there would naturally be many benefits. All of you attack. Killing this human warrior will be rewarded handsomely. Killing that bitch behind him will be the same. At this time, the highness of the Azura clan roared. Many experts of the Devil Clan were eager to make a move. Although Fa Wushuang was difficult to deal with, the succubus behind him was only at the law manifestation realm. Killing her was up to them. The weakest people present were at least at the half-step celestial realm. There were also many celestial realm experts hidden among them. However, Man Yin just watched from afar. Her face was calm and her eyes were dead. It was as if she had given up hope. Clang! The highness of the Azura clan held a long spear in his hand. He directly spat out an endless strength, which constantly bloomed in the void. Boom! The void under his feet shattered. He finally made a move. Although he looked extremely ugly, his strength was tyrannical and terrifying. The entire void shattered on the spot. The long spear instantly pierced through the sky and directly stabbed at Fa Wushuang. Fa Wushuang's reaction was not slow. Countless sword energies began to condense in his hand, condensing into a golden long sword. The long sword hummed and shattered the void. This was a long sword that had drunk the blood of the highness of the Devil Clan. Whoosh! The long sword instantly moved and directly slashed down at the terrifying long spear with lightning speed. Boom! Chapter 1455. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion, and the shock wave instantly swept out. In an instant, the two of them displayed the terrifying cultivation of the fourth level of the celestial realm. Terrifying spiritual ether overflowed from their bodies and spread out. Although the Azura clan's majesty looked ugly, his cultivation was solid. On the other side, F.A. Wushuang was a top expert of the younger generation that dominated the ancient antiquity. He could even challenge some of the top experts on the Soaring Dragon list. From this, one could see how powerful F.A. Wushuang was. However, at this time, in the eyes of the crowd, it was more like a hero at the end of his road. Being surrounded by so many experts, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Moreover, as time passed, more and more experts from the devil world would come. At that time, even giants above the 7th level of the celestial realm would appear. It should be known that in this place near the Yi clan's border, there were many giants of the 7th level of the celestial realm guarding the city. At this time, the other restless experts had already pounced on the succubus. Although the succubus was weak, at this time there was a hint of awe. It was already prepared to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, many experts from the devil world sneered. A mere transcendence realm succubus, even if she did not die, it was not up to her to decide. Swoosh! A demonic hand that covered the sky came crashing down, directly grabbing the succubus. However, at this time, F.A. Wushuang was caught by the Azura clan's majesty and could not help at all. Swoosh! A shocking sword light flashed past, breaking through the sky like a sword dragon. In an instant, it directly blasted the shrouding sky demon hand. Boom! The demonic hand exploded into a sky full of chi strength on the spot. Then the sword light did not lose its momentum and fiercely slashed towards the celestial realm devil. Puchi, a devil at the 1st level of the celestial realm, was killed on the spot and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then another ray of blood light absorbed the cloud of blood mist. Who? At this time, everyone was shocked. Who would help F.A. Wushuang? Although there were always conflicts between different races, there was no reason to help a human like F.A. Wushuang. Even F.A. Wushuang, who was fighting with the Royal Highness of the Azura tribe, felt strange. His power was stronger than that of the Royal Highness of the Azura tribe. At this time, he was able to suppress the Royal Highness, so he had time to pay attention to it. Originally, he thought that his lover would not be able to escape this calamity, but he did not expect that there would be such a turning point. A bunch of you are ganging up on a weak woman. Aren't you ashamed? A cold voice rang out from the crowd. Then, a series of fierce sword lights flashed. The entire sky was submerged under these sword lights. Countless devils screamed as they were slaughtered into a mass of blood mist. The blood mist was absorbed by the sword lights. A large area of the sky was cleared. It was a young human man in a green robe. Who else could this person be but Yi Shiwen? At this moment, he directly exposed his human body. In that instant just now, he couldn't help but attack. Human, why is it a human again? Another young human master. Damn it! What do these humans think of the devil domain as? How dare they come one by one, as a trial ground for them? Kill him! Seeing that it was another human, many devil masters were furious. First, there was F.A. Wushuang, and now there was Yi Shiwen. For them, it was a great shame. What did these humans think the devil domain was? That they could come and go as they pleased? Kill him! Beat him until he explodes! There were shouts all around, but Yi Shiwen did not care at all. On the spot, he appeared to be slow, but in reality he was very fast. F.A. Wushuang looked at Yi Shiwen with a strange look, not knowing who this person was. My name is Yi Shiwen. I have always wanted to see brother F.A. Wushuang's glory. Now that I have seen you, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. You are indeed an elite of our human race, Yi Shiwen said with a cupped fist salute. It should be known that the entire Hidden Dragon list was not only made up of human masters, but also the demon race, the alliance of 100 races, and the sea race that the Imperial Ant took care of. To be able to stand out among them and get help, there was no doubt about F.A. Wushuang's talent. Yi Shiwen. F.A. Wushuang frowned, and then immediately remembered who this Yi Shiwen was. He was not unfamiliar with Yi Shiwen. With a cultivation of half a step into the celestial realm, he occupied the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list. No matter what, Yi Shiwen was also extraordinary. But he did not expect to meet Yi Shiwen here at this time. Perhaps meeting an old friend in a foreign land was just like this. Brother F.A. Wushuang, go ahead. I can try my best to hold these people for you. But you better hurry, because I am afraid that a large number of demon masters are coming. If you hesitate for a moment, I am afraid that you will be in big trouble. Yi Shiwen said. Yi Shiwen had chosen to lend a helping hand because he knew that he had some means to protect himself. Even if a large number of devil experts were to rush over, he could calmly use his devil wings to escape. In the devil world, devil wings were like a fish in water. However, if it came to that, then F.A. Wushuang might be able to escape, but that succubus certainly wouldn't be able to. At that time, F.A. Wushuang was very likely to fight to the death. For the human race, this would also be a great loss. Kill! Battle cries shook the sky, and several tyrannical celestial realm demon masters instantly attacked in front of Yi Shiwen. Terrifying demon attacks instantly bombarded Yi Shiwen. Although these few were not as powerful as the Royal Highness of the Ashura clan, they were also at the peak of the third sky of the celestial realm. They were all leaders of the top forces in the nearby cities. At this time, there was a rare opportunity to please a princess and a royal highness. How could they let it go so easily? There were even more people attacking the succubus behind him. Everyone could see how much Man Yin hated that succubus. At this time, an 8 treasures cauldron flew out of Yi Shiwen's body and instantly enveloped him. The terrifying might of a top-level Heaven Step divine tool was displayed. Even if it was not controlled by its master, it was more than enough to protect itself. Dang! 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 Countless attacks bombarded the 8 treasure cauldron, but they could not hurt the succubus inside. At this time, F.A. Wushuang saw that his lover was all right, and he finally felt relieved. His eyes became even sharper, and Yi Shiwen was right. If they continued to delay and wait for the other experts to arrive, then they would only end up in a dead end. Thinking of this, he immediately whistled, and the long sword in his hand directly slashed out an unparalleled sun, instantly bombarding the Royal Highness of the Ashura clan. He was invincible. In an instant, the Royal Highness of the Ashura clan was at a disadvantage, showing his unparalleled power. They were also at the 4th sky of the celestial realm, but F.A. Wushuang's skill was undoubtedly profound to a terrifying level. And on the other side, Yi Shiwen had also directly killed his way into the group of devil experts. In his hand was a long sword condensed from the sword intent, and he was brandishing it freely. His battle prowess was astonishing. Even though there were also a few experts of the 3rd heavenly layer of celestial being realm, under his hands they were defeated again and again. His entire person was driving the changes in the entire battlefield. Although there were many opponents, for Yi Shiwen, a group battle was not a problem at all. The qi and blood in his body were boiling and condensed like a pillar, terrifying to the extreme. Even those 3rd sky of the celestial realm masters could not stop Yi Shiwen at all. Seeing this scene, those demon masters were almost stunned. Everyone was shocked. What kind of powerful combat power was this? One person could fight against all the demon masters. In his eyes, perhaps the number of people was not a problem at all. As long as the strength was not stronger than him, there was no way they could win against him at all. It was simply nature-defying. Many demon masters expressed sourly that there were so many geniuses in the human race. First, there was F.A. Wushuang, who was invincible in the younger generation of the demon race, and then there was such an outstanding person. However, more devil experts were determined to kill Yi Shiwen. After all, only by killing Yi Shiwen would they be able to get rid of any future troubles. The fewer geniuses who weren't on their side, the better. Although Yi Shiwen's combat power was unparalleled, and that fourth sky of the Azura clan was being held back by Fa Wushuang, he was also under great pressure. At the scene, thousands of demon masters had joined hands to launch a surprise attack. All kinds of martial arts attacks and visions were crushing on Yi Shiwen's body. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron was used to protect the succubus. At this time, it could be said that he was unprecedentedly weak. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. The phoenix regeneration technique in his body had never stopped, and the phoenix's cry was unceasing. Kill! At this time, Yi Shiwen knew that he could not stop. He could only persist. Anyway, he had already attacked, so there was no other way. The only way was to attack with all his strength and wait for Fa Wushuang to free up his hands. At that time, he could retreat calmly. Clang! The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand broke through the vast sky and twisted into a mass of spiraling qi. Like a drill, it directly blasted through the vast sky and hit the body of a third sky of the Celestial Realm Master. Puchi! A flower of blood burst out, and that third sky of the Celestial Realm Master flew out on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. All of you, get out of my way, useless trash. At this time, the princess of the Azura clan, Manyun, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally could not help but shout and roar. Chapter 1456. Manyun shouted coldly with an arrogant expression. Countless golden rays flickered in her eyes, turning into sharp swords that blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was fearless. He drew a big hand and kept all the sharp swords on the spot. He said only these. The battle blood in his body was also boiling. The princess of the Azura clan was the most outstanding figure among the younger generation, even in the Azura clan, which was one of the 8 royal clans. In this world of cultivation, strength was everything. Yi Shiwen would not look down on her just because she was a woman. At this time, several experts pounced towards Yi Shiwen. It was not that they did not hear Manyun's words, but due to inertia it was too late. They pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen pointed a finger in the air. It was like a pillar supporting the sky, and it fell on the spot. Bang! 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 These experts were turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. They did not even have the time to scream. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breath and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing Yi Shiwen's nature-defying combat power, they were a little scared. A human could actually display such combat power in the demon realm, unless it was a celestial realm intermediate, celestial realm expert who could compete with him. This was still in the demon realm. If it was in the ancient Baron's continent, his combat power would immediately soar to another level. However, they did not know that for Yi Shiwen there was no difference whether he was in the demon realm or the ancient Baron's continent. There was no such thing as a stronger combat power. Human, leave. I won't kill you, but that bitch must die today, said the princess of the Azura clan with a cold expression. Forgive and forget. Since the 2 of them love each other, why not let them live? Said Yi Shiwen with a sigh. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The princess of the Azura clan slapped her snow-white fingers towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen raised his hand to block it. Clang! Yi Shiwen had blocked the attack of the Azura princess. However, both of them had a surprised look on their faces. Yi Shiwen had blocked the attack of the Azura princess. However, both of them had a surprised look on their faces. Both of them had absolute confidence in their own physical bodies. At this time, they were slightly curious that the other party could fight equally with them. However, the pause only lasted for a moment. Then, the 2 of them attacked again. Yi Shiwen's sword lights splashed out like a heavy rain, and all of them fell on the body of the Azura clan's princess. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out. Both of their physical bodies were terrifying to the extreme. Just a casual collision could burst forth with terrifying power. The Azura clan's princess's cultivation was already extremely high, at the peak of the third heaven of the Heaven Realm. No, Yi Shiwen soon discovered that the Azura clan's princess was not at the third heaven of the Heaven Realm, but at the fourth heaven of the Heaven Realm. However, she seemed to be seriously injured, and her cultivation had fallen to the third heaven of the Heaven Realm. But even so, Yi Shiwen was still abnormally dumbfounded. He did not expect that he could actually meet someone who could compete with his physical body in the demon domain. As expected, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the demon domain. Moreover, because the demon clan was naturally much stronger than the human clan, there were many people with strong physical bodies in the demon domain. Although they could not be compared with Yi Shiwen, they were much stronger than ordinary humans. And this Azura clan's princess was even more powerful. While Yi Shiwen was surprised, the others were even more shocked to see Yi Shiwen contending with the Azura clan's princess. Who is this human? Could it be that he also has the ancient human royal physique? Otherwise, how could he contend with Lady Man Yun's great Azura physique? A master said in shock. Yeah, the great Azura physique is invincible. Such a peerless genius would only appear once in countless years. Now he has actually met his match. Yi Shiwen heard the discussion of the crowd and could not help but frown. The great Azura physique. He had heard of this physique. In the demon domain, this physique was very famous and very special. In this world, some people could be so strong that they could pass on some of their characteristics to their descendants through their bloodline. This was the origin of those special physiques. Some of the ancestors' characteristics would be passed on through their bloodline. For example, some people's eyes were like their father's, and some people's noses were like their mother's. It was a similar method, but the special physiques were inherited from some special things. It was like the Titan body could stimulate part of the Titan's bloodline to form the so-called Titan body. His ancient ancestor, Titan, had linked part of his ability through his bloodline. However, there weren't many people who could achieve this. Therefore, he hadn't seen many people with special physiques. Even the descendants of these powerhouses couldn't stimulate this kind of bloodline. For someone like Yi Shukong, who directly stimulated the bloodline, it was not as simple as a special physique, but the legendary Son of God. The divine physique was even more terrifying than these special physiques. In the past, when Yi Mo wanted to instigate Yi Shiwen to inherit the position of the Demon King, he had told him many secrets of the demon domain, including the matters of the 8 demon royal clans. Among the 8 demon royal clans, except for the hidden demon clan and the fallen angel clan, they all had tyrannical masters at the Demon King level. Therefore, they had a deep foundation and could be ranked as one of the 8 royal clans. The Azura clan also had an Azura Demon King who was invincible in the world. He once led the demon race to conquer the heavens and made a name for himself. And the physique he had was the great Azura body, a supreme physique. This physique was also known as the royal physique in the demon domain. Even among the nobles of the Azura clan, the great Azura clan, no one could awaken this supreme physique for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This was the physique that a legendary demon king once possessed. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how tyrannical it was. A demon king level character could even pinch a celestial realm master to death with one finger. The two were not the same thing at all. Even to exaggerate, it was not a form of life at all. It was like a human and an ant. It was precisely because of this that Yi Shiwen, who could compete with their Azura clan's princess, was even more tyrannical. It was simply unimaginable to be able to fight against this kind of royal physique. Could it be that Yi Shiwen also had a certain kind of royal physique of the human race? Otherwise, how could he be so tyrannical? The Azura clan's princess watched quietly. Colorful streamers were flowing all over her body. She was like a celestial being. She was incomparably calm, and every blow was earth-shattering. Although she was a woman, it must be said that her means were heaven-defying. Such a person was one of the most dazzling geniuses, even in the demon race, where experts and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. Otherwise, there were still hundreds of princesses in the demon race. Why was she the most favored? An ancestor of the Azura clan had even personally protected Fa Wushuang because of her words. If it had been someone else, they would have already been killed by the elders. Daring to collude with the human race was equivalent to courting death. However, because of her special physique, the high-level officials of the Azura clan also doted on this little princess. She was also the only one among the many princesses of the Azura clan. Other races, even other royal families, did not dare to do anything to her, because everyone knew that with her physique, as long as she did not die in the future, she would certainly become an unprecedented master in the future. In the future, she might even become the ruler of the devil world and become a generation's empress. Such a person should not be offended if possible. Therefore, even if she shielded Fa Wushuang, the big shots in the devil world would also turn a blind eye to it. Her body contained the strongest battle blood of the Azura clan. When it boiled, it was like a thunderous tsunami. It made people tremble with fear even from afar. Even the devil race was no exception. This was the strongest power inherited from the Devil King. It made them have the urge to kneel on the spot. The two of them fought all the way. Their fight directly caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. What was really shocking was that the two of them could actually reach such a stage with just their tyrannical bodies. The sky was broken and chaos poured out. It was like the scene of the end of the world. Man Yin was very shocked. She had always been conceited. She did not even pay attention to the royal highnesses of the Azura clan. The only one that she paid attention to was Fa Wushuang, who knew that Fa Wushuang would choose her mate over her. This made her extremely embarrassed. She felt like she had been slapped in the face. However, she did not expect that today she would encounter a human master who was able to fight with her. Fa Wushuang's cultivation was extremely profound. He steadily suppressed her. Even if she had the great Azura body, it was useless. When facing Fa Wushuang, she could not gain the upper hand at all. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He was on the other end of the spectrum. Yi Shiwen's cultivation realm was far inferior to hers. It could even be said that he was not worthy of her attention. However, his physical body was tyrannical and terrifying. He was not at a disadvantage when contending against her great Azura body. Although she was seriously injured and not in her best condition, the other party's cultivation was far lower than hers, wasn't it? Huh. Man Yin roared. Her voice was like a tsunami as she slapped out with her palm. It was so powerful that it could even uproot a mountain. A huge demonic aura rippled out, seemingly wanting to destroy the entire world. Many experts of the demonic race were sent flying. No one dared to approach the area where the two of them were fighting. In the entire center, only the succubus who was shrouded in the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron was safe. Chapter 1457. However, even the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron on the battlefield began to ring continuously. The aftershocks of the battle shook the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron continuously. The entire battlefield was now divided into 2 parts. One was the battle between the Azura clan's Royal Highness and Fa Wushuang, and the other was the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Azura clan's Princess Man Yin. No one else could intervene in a battle of this level. Many devil experts couldn't help but feel depressed. They were also self-proclaimed experts. But in front of these 4 people, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and pointed a finger. Heaven imprisonment technique. Boom! It was another terrifying collision. Both of their physical bodies had already reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the Azura clan's princess seemed to have lost all her patience. Instantly, her domain shrouded Yi Shiwen's body. It was a Vici hell, 6 paths of reincarnation, and 18 levels of hell appeared one by one. Behind Man Yin was an emperor, the king of the underworld. The blood Azura controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, the life and death of countless ghosts. The Lord of Hell controlled death, the supreme god. However, this Azura's body was filled with a monstrous demonic aura. A pair of divine eyes that should be able to see through everything in the world actually emitted a terrifying blood-red light. Wherever his eyes looked, the ghosts in the area began to scream. Countless ghosts were evaporated and turned into rays of blood-red light, blessing the blood Azura. Countless experts of the demon clan were shocked. Many of the Transcendents, Realm Demon clan trembled and knelt down. They did not kneel to worship Man Yin, but to worship the Azura behind her. Blood Azura, it's actually Blood Azura. This is simply the resurrection of the Azura Demon Lord. The Supreme Demon Lord who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation, the heavenly way of life and death. It is said that the Azura Demon Lord's domain was also Blood Azura. This Lady Man Yin is too terrifying. She might be another Azura Demon Lord in the future. Many people were kneeling in worship of the Blood Azura because it represented the Azura Demon King, who had once dominated the Devil Realm. He was once a supreme being in the Devil Realm. If the Devil King of the Ashura race reappeared, it would certainly not be a good thing for them. For the small Devil race, restoring the supreme glory of the Devil world was a great thing, but for the 8 royal families, it was not a good thing. One should know that the 8 royal families united to rule the Devil world without the Devil King. If there was a Devil King, then there would be no place for them. The other 7 royal families would be driven to somewhere else. If they disobeyed such a great existence, then it was possible that their entire family would be exterminated. Of course, this was the situation where the Devil King appeared in other families. If the Devil King appeared in their own families, then it would be a different story. If the Devil King appeared in their own families, then it meant that they could rule the Devil Realm and become the only royal family instead of the royal families. The stronger Man Yin was, the more they feared her. The monstrous demonic aura and bloody aura of the entire Blood Azura rushed towards Yi Shiwen, firmly suppressing him. This domain was simply horrifying. Of course, Yi Shiwen also knew that this kind of domain was rarely comparable, but it was also extremely difficult to achieve great success, unless he cultivated to the day when he became a Devil King. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve great success. The blood-colored Azura behind Man Yin pierced through the heavens and earth. It was incomparably terrifying, like the laws of heaven and earth. In the face of this terrifying and monstrous domain, Yi Shiwen directly unfolded the domain of his storm wings. He did not dare to hold back in the slightest. In the face of such a powerful figure, if he still held back, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. His power of wind and thunder formed a domain similar to that of wind and thunder, going toe-to-toe with the Blood Azura Hell. Man Yin's expression was solemn, and her gaze was like a knife as she stared at Yi Shiwen. She did not expect that, at this point, Yi Shiwen would be even more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. In terms of physical strength, Yi Shiwen was not inferior to her at all. She did not know what kind of physical strength it was that could actually be compared to her great Azura body. This was a physique that was destined to rule the Devil Realm. She had never doubted this. She was born extraordinary. Even if she had to break the record and become the first female monarch, she was also prepared. Now, this person was actually able to compete with her to this extent. Countless waves appeared under her feet. These were not ordinary waves, but a kind of blood-colored wave. It was unknown how much blood it was condensed. At this moment, the Blood Azura behind her seemed to have sensed Yi Shiwen's existence. It opened its bloody and hideous eyes, and a bloody light broke through the air and directly shot towards Yi Shiwen. Along the way, Yi Shiwen's storm domain was instantly penetrated, and then it blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blocked it directly. Boom! There was a huge explosion. At this time, Yi Shiwen kept retreating. At this time, his palm had been completely blasted, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. He stepped on countless voids along the way, and only then did he manage to dissipate this terrifying force. Man Yun's terrifying strength was shocking. Even Fa Wushuang and the majesty of the Azura clan, who were fighting in the distance, noticed what was happening. The majesty of the Azura clan, in particular, mumbled to himself as he watched the terrifying scene unfold before him. I did not expect Man Yun to have cultivated to such a level. Her future is limitless, but I must get my hands on her. When that time comes, with the help of her luck, I can also soar into the sky and become a fish that leaps through the dragon's gate. Fa Wushuang saw the scene of Man Yun, and his expression became slightly complicated. However, he immediately saw the succubus in the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron, and his expression became even more determined, and he launched an even more fierce attack. Behind Yi Shiwen, there was a faint ancient tree blooming with 7 colored rays of light, and it enveloped his entire body. His spirit was exceptionally clear. Even the flesh and blood of his palm had been torn to shreds. But such an injury didn't affect him at all. In his body, the Phoenix regeneration technique did not stop running, and the wound on his palm was also recovering bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Shiwen looked at the horrifying blood Shura, and the horror of the great Azura body was even more horrifying than he had imagined. This domain itself was born with the great Azura body, and it was not a domain that ordinary people could cultivate. Even because the great Azura body was very rare, this kind of blood Shura domain, which was specially born for great Azura, was not known by many because there were too few of them. Boom! The blood Shura moved, and a battle spear appeared out of thin air. That horrifying blood-colored battle spear fiercely attacked Yi Shiwen from the sky. Man Yun did not move at all, but the blood Shura alone was already extremely horrifying. For the first time, Yi Shiwen's storm domain was at a disadvantage. It was not that his storm domain was not good, but the blood Shura domain was too tyrannical. Boom! Yi Shiwen only had time to raise his hand to resist, but his body seemed to be suppressed in an instant. The entire ground was completely shattered, and his whole body was completely smashed into the ground. Endless smoke and dust dissipated, and finally, everyone could see clearly. Originally, they thought that Yi Shiwen would be nailed to the ground by this blood Shura, but they saw that this battle spear could not pierce through Yi Shiwen's open hands. Yi Shiwen spread out his hands and released endless rays of light. These divinities formed a golden wall and protected him behind his back. The earth behind him had completely shattered and formed a huge abyss crack. However, there was an even more terrifying battle spear in front of him. On the wall formed by the golden divinities, countless cracks shattered in all directions. Huff, huff! Yi Shiwen was constantly gasping for breath. He had almost been killed inside a moment ago. That blood-colored Azura was too terrifying. It was so powerful that even he paled at the sight of it. This blood Shura could not help but be a little angry when he saw that he could not stab Yi Shiwen to death with one strike. Then he pulled out the battle spear and nailed it towards Yi Shiwen again. Whoosh! The horrifying attack directly broke through the vast sky. At the same time, countless storms began to sweep up with Yi Shiwen as the center, and countless astonishing sword essences swept up in a frenzy. In the sky, these sword essences did not condense into a sword, but instead condensed into a sword god with a blurry face. If one looked closely, it seemed that one could even see that it was the sword god elder that Yi Shiwen had seen in the tomb before. At the same time, endless sword essences also condensed in his hand, forming a long sword, and blasted towards the battle spear. Yi Shiwen's face was dripping with cold sweat. Man Yun's blood Shura domain was born with her innate physique, while Yi Shiwen's sword god was condensed purely from his own understanding of all sword principles. Naturally, there was a huge difference. Maintaining this sword god was also a huge burden for Yi Shiwen. Boom! An earth-shattering collision occurred, and the two deity-like giants collided fiercely. Both sides took a few steps back, and the ground was cracked by their stomps. Cough, cough! Man Yin directly spat out blood from the corner of her mouth, and she coughed out blood. She was not in her peak state to begin with. 6 paths of reincarnation. A blood-colored compass rose behind the blood shura, which was divided into 6 sections, namely Heavenly Path, Human Path, Asura Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path. This person has already cultivated the great Asura body to an extremely high level. He has even evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation, said a knowledgeable demon. This was a spectacle even in ancient times. It is said that all those who have seen the 6 paths of reincarnation have died. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see it today. Chapter 1458. Rumor has it that the Asura Demon King is in charge of death. He tried to imitate the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation to form his own world and hell. It was originally a joke, but it seems to be true. TSK, the Asura path of the 6 paths was prepared for the Asura tribe. Someone said in amazement. It was a huge compass, exuding the aura of death. Human path, animal path, heavenly path, Asura path, hungry ghost path, hell path. The 6 paths of reincarnation were constantly rotating on the wheel. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation of hell. According to legend, the 6 paths of reincarnation were the paths of reincarnation for all living beings. The 6 paths could be divided into the 3 paths of good and the 3 paths of evil. The 3 paths of good were heaven, human, and Asura. The 3 paths of evil were animal, hungry ghost, and hell. Although Asura was a path of good, it was not as virtuous as heaven, so it was not heaven. Its path of suffering was even greater than that of human, so it was sometimes included in the 3 paths of evil, collectively known as the 4 paths of evil. Especially at the position of the Asura path, a terrifying light bloomed. Man Yin stood there with a cold look in her eyes, as if she was the ruler of the world. Man Yin, stop messing around. Your body can't take it. At this time, F.A. Wushuang's shout came from afar. I'm not messing around. Am I messing around? Haha. Man Yin said with a slightly miserable expression. Do you think I'm messing around? Her eyes were full of death. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. In F.A. Wushuang's eyes, everything she did could only be messing around. Under her control, the huge compass was like a millstone that could destroy the world. It directly pressed down. The 6 paths of evil exuded an extremely terrifying aura, as if it wanted to directly crush all living beings into pieces. In an instant, it crushed down towards Yi Shiwen. This kind of terrifying scene was simply terrifying. The sword god behind Yi Shiwen directly pinched a spell and swept up on the spot. Under his control, countless sword chi formed a long river of sword wei, fiercely blasting towards the huge compass. Boom! The 2 sides collided violently in midair. Divine light splashed out and corroded the void, forming holes in the air that were densely packed like beehives. Many devil experts who were watching the battle felt as if they had to suck in a mouthful of cold air. These 2 men were truly lawless characters. Their domains were more powerful than the other. The prestige of the 6 paths of reincarnation had been spread in the devil world for countless years. It was unknown how many people had spread the prestige of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, this sword god Yi Shiwen was able to block the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was extremely terrifying. Cough, cough! Man Yin coughed up blood, but her movements weren't slow. Her silhouette flashed, and she had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. She opened her palm and directly slammed it down. She didn't use any weapons. Her great Asura body was unparalleled and had already surpassed any divine weapons. What could be more tyrannical than her great Azura body? Her white palm pierced through the sky and directly pressed on Yi Shiwen's head. She wanted to completely kill him with one palm. Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry. When it came to physical strength, he would never retreat. He directly blasted out a punch that turned into a sky full of stars and blasted out the essence of martial arts. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. The surrounding space seemed to be made of glass and cracked into pieces. The first collision had actually caused the space to shatter. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. The golden and blood-colored berserk swept over, and everyone retreated to avoid it. They couldn't imagine that the battle between the two had already exceeded the level of their imagination. The two were evenly matched again. Man Yin wasn't at her peak, and Yi Shiwen's realm was much lower. Man Yin was the first to react. She took a step and stopped her retreating momentum. She directly blasted out a punch again. Blood Azura palm. She shouted softly and slammed her palm into the sky, full of blood-colored light. The surrounding space was completely distorted. In an instant, it seemed as if a blood-colored barrier was going to be drawn. Yi Shiwen's reaction wasn't slow at all. He directly blasted out a punch again. Boom! 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 Both of them had unparalleled physical strength. Their domains were eroding each other. The battle between the sword deity and the blood Azura had just begun. This battle was simply terrifying. It was like a battle between two demon gods. It was incomparably dazzling. How can this Yi Shiwen be so powerful? He can actually compete with the great Azura physique. If this news gets out, it will be terrifying. Both of them were persevering. Moreover, they were persevering very bitterly. It wasn't easy for Yi Shiwen to maintain the sword deity. In the past, he was simply imitating it. Now, he had to rely on his own strength to condense such a deity. It wasn't easy at all, and because of such an intense battle, Man Yun's old injuries had relapsed. Her body wasn't in good shape to begin with, and now it was even more so. She didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would be so difficult to deal with. He forced her to use the blood Azura domain, and she still couldn't suppress him. Hence, this situation had developed. Both of their physical bodies were invincible. For a moment, no one could truly suppress the other. And in mid-air, the battle between the blood Azura and the sword deity was also in full swing. Any one of them had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ordinary people could only watch from afar. They didn't dare to approach at all. However, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to stop at this time. He didn't know how crazy this woman would be. He didn't dare to joke around with his life because it wasn't fun. He was very depressed. In the end, his realm was still too low. On the contrary, if he had the cultivation of the celestial realm, then even if she was at her peak, Yi Shiwen would dare to fight her at her peak. But at this time there was no other way. Man Yin seemed to have gone crazy. She directly put her palms together, and the 6 paths of reincarnation will smash down on the spot. What was different from before was that as the wheel smashed down, countless bloody lights were evaporated. Then, countless resentful souls were also evaporated in this bloody light. They were transformed into pure energy that was absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel. It was much more terrifying than the 6 paths of reincarnation millstone. It could even be said that this was the Demon King's forbidden technique. Man Yun's frequency of coughing blood increased greatly, and the amount of blood she coughed out was increasing. Even if she was at her peak, this was a forbidden technique that placed a great burden on her, let alone in her current state. Yi Shiwen's expression became colder. Just as the wheel was about to smash onto Yi Shiwen's body, the entire 6 paths of reincarnation will suddenly collapsed. Even the blood Azura completely collapsed. Suddenly it disappeared. At this time, Man Yin knelt in the sky. She could no longer bear such a battle. Whoosh! A big hand descended from the sky and directly grabbed Man Yin. By the time everyone reacted, Man Yin was already in Yi Shiwen's hand. At this moment, seeing Man Yin being captured by this human the demons were instantly enraged. No matter which tribe they belonged to, or whether they were mortal enemies of the Azura tribe, they all scolded Man Yun one after another, because no matter what, they couldn't allow a human to be arrogant here. Moreover, if the princess of the Azura tribe, a princess with the great Azura body, died here, it would be a huge matter. It was almost unimaginable what the angry Azura tribe would do. For the sake of their lives, they had to stand on the same side at this time. Despicable human, let go of Miss Man Yin. Shameless. At this time they were all furious. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change at all. To him, these people's words didn't matter at all. Now hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, I'm afraid your Miss Man Yin will not be able to keep her life, Yi Shiwen said leisurely. Shameless. Man Yun glanced at Yi Shiwen, who had one hand on her snow-white throat, and spat out these two words. In the sky, when the princess of the Azura tribe saw that Man Yun had been captured, she didn't have the mood to continue fighting. She immediately shouted, "Despicable human, if you hurt a single hair on Man Yun, I will make you die without a burial place. As long as you obediently get out of the way, I will let her go," Yi Shiwen said. He had no interest in Man Yun at all. At this time, Fa Wushuang also descended from the sky. She sighed and looked at Man Yun. Then she said to Yi Shiwen, "Thank you for your help this time. I will definitely repay you in the future. It's rare to meet an old friend in a foreign land. It's only right for us to help each other. However, the experts of the demon clan are about to arrive. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late," Yi Shiwen said. Fa Wushuang looked at Man Yun, and then looked at the succubus. Finally, as if she had made a decision, she said, "Then let's go." "I'm sorry, Man Yun." At this time, the princess of the Azura tribe didn't even look at Fa Wushuang. It seemed that she had already given up. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. Yi Shiwen brought Man Yun, while Fa Wushuang brought the succubus. They directly broke through the encirclement of the experts of the demon clan. The experts of the demon clan originally wanted to chase after them, but Yi Shiwen's words dispelled their thoughts. "If you want her to die, then follow me." Even the experts of the other 8 royal families didn't want to chase after them at this time. Under the watchful eyes of the public, if they chased after Man Yun and caused her death, the Azura tribe would definitely go completely crazy. No one could bear the consequences of doing so. As for the little tricks in private, they could only do it in private. They couldn't show it in front of everyone. The 4 of them flew all the way and soon escaped from the encirclement of the many demons. Yi Shiwen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1459. In an open space, Yi Shiwen's group of 4 stopped after escaping from the pursuit of many experts from the demon realm. They were slightly panting. Fa Wushuang brought the succubus forward and cupped his hands. "Wushuang and my wife thank Brother Yi for your help. In the future, if there's anything you need us to do, we will definitely do it." Fa Wushuang was very clear that although it seemed like Yi Shiwen was just helping him, in reality, in a situation that was almost certain death in the eyes of ordinary people, how many people would lend a hand? Even if he was a very good friend, he might not make a move, let alone someone he had never met before. All that talk about having heard of your name for a long time was nonsense. Although he didn't know why Yi Shiwen took action at that time, he knew in his heart that if Yi Shiwen didn't take action at that time, even if he could break out of the encirclement, his lover definitely wouldn't be able to leave. In that case, even if he escaped, it would be meaningless and meaningless. "It's nothing. Brother Wushuang, don't worry too much about it," said Yi Shiwen with a smile. Originally, there was a big reason why he lent a hand. He also wanted to fight Fa Wushuang. However, after seeing Fa Wushuang's action today, Yi Shiwen knew that there was still a big gap between him and Fa Wushuang. If he entered the heaven realm, perhaps they could fight, but now the gap was still too big. Fa Wushuang was worthy of being the top of the hidden dragon list. To be able to dominate this list, He was basically the number one in the ancient Barons continent's younger generation. Even if there were some undiscovered exceptional geniuses, it wouldn't affect F.A. Wushuang's status. We can't stay here for long. You guys should leave quickly. I'll stay and delay them, said Yi Shiwen. This. F.A. Wushuang looked at Yi Shiwen and said hesitantly. He naturally knew that this place wasn't suitable for long. Even in the demon realm, it wasn't a place for long. If it weren't for Man Yun's protection, he would have been chased to death. Don't worry. As long as she's still in my hands, there won't be a problem, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. He naturally knew what F.A. Wushuang was worried about. Man Yun, I'm sorry about this. I'll definitely repay you in the future, said F.A. Wushuang with a sigh. Man Yun didn't even look at Wushuang, as if her heart had really died. F.A. Wushuang quickly left with the succubus, but Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry to leave. As he said, as long as Man Yun was still in his hands, he had nothing to worry about. She did not react to F.A. Wushuang's departure. Yi Shiwen sighed. There was no way to force one's feelings into one's heart. No one would have thought that F.A. Wushuang, who was regarded as a heaven's favored one, would fall in love with such an ordinary succubus. On one side was a heavenly beauty with peerless talent, while on the other side was a very ordinary Eros demon. Any normal person would know what to choose. Is there a need for that? Isn't it just falling out of love? Yi Shiwen was also somewhat stunned. It seemed that he hadn't said such words for a very long time. In fact, he hadn't said such words since he had arrived in the true martial world. Love was the main theme of life for the youngsters of the earth. However, the pursuit of the peak of martial arts was the sole purpose of their existence for these experts. Feelings were nothing compared to this goal. There were very few people who were entangled in this matter. Hearing Yi Shiwen's words, Man Yun's expression changed slightly, but she still did not continue to speak. There's more than one good man in the world. Why do you have to do this? Yi Shiwen sighed and said, This time, I captured you purely out of helplessness. I also want to live. Although there are many men in the world, how many are like him? At this time, Man Yun suddenly spoke. This made Yi Shiwen a little speechless. If it was an ordinary person, he could naturally refute. However, it was indeed rare to find someone like F.A. Wushuang. Moreover, it was even rarer to find someone who could catch his eye, especially for a heaven's favored one like Man Yun. For an ordinary person, they could easily find an ideal type that met their requirements. Then, they would find someone who they liked. It was just a simple matter. However, with her pride, there were very few people who could catch her eye, let alone someone who she liked. If she missed this one, perhaps there would be no one who she liked in her life. Even if there is no one, so what? Yi Shiwen said, Can't I live without a man? This world will continue to function normally even if there is no one left. Since it can't be changed, it's better to get used to it. Yi Shiwen said earnestly like a veteran. In Man Yun's eyes, there was gradually a bit of a miracle. Have you ever liked someone? You won't understand that kind of feeling. Man Yun said, Yes, but what about it? Haven't you ever experienced the person you love being taken away in front of you? And you were almost beaten to death. But I still managed to survive. Moreover, I will live a better life. Sooner or later, I will make those people pay the price. Yi Shiwen said. A beautiful face of a woman appeared in front of his eyes. Hearing Yi Shiwen say this, Man Yun suddenly seemed to be a bit interested. Or, gossip was originally a woman's nature. With your cultivation, even in the human world, you should be a young heaven's favored one. How could such a thing happen? Man Yun was a little doubtful and questioned. In this world where strength was respected, feelings were not worth mentioning. They were just accessories in the eyes of many. This was the case for both men and women. With Yi Shiwen's age and cultivation, he should be very valued. The probability of such a thing happening was too low, because they are not warriors of the human world. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Not human? Are they also demons? Man Yun began to gradually become curious. Ancient Phoenix Realm. Yi Shiwen said. These 3 words had been pressing on his heart for more than 100 years. It was heavy like Mount Tai. So it's them. Man Yun somewhat believed it at this time. It might not be a big deal for ordinary people. But if it was those people from the ancient Phoenix realm, it was very possible because they themselves were an extremely ancient race. A group of arrogant guys. Is your woman a phoenix? No, she is a human, but it seems that because of her physique she was taken away by them, but I was powerless at that time and could only watch helplessly as she was taken away. Yi Shiwen grinned, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. However, Man Yin could read a kind of sadness in his words. If I had such a cultivation at that time, I would fight to the death. It's a pity that I was too weak at that time. Yi Shiwen said, rather self-deprecatingly. Up until now, Hua Menghan had been taken away, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't even know where the gate of the ancient Phoenix realm was. He could only continuously cultivate to the extreme, and become the group of people at the peak of the ancient Baron's continent. Only then would he have the opportunity to come into contact with these secrets. Moreover, with his current cultivation, so what if he killed his way into the ancient Phoenix realm? He would only be cannon fodder. It was one of the 3 innate clans that once ruled the ancient barons. Although it was said that they were too weak to rule the ancient barons, which was why they retreated, they were still a colossus. At least, they were much more tyrannical than the Yi family. So what if he really entered the ancient Phoenix realm at that time? Did he expect Hua Menghan to plead for him again and agree to some unequal treaty? Yi Shiwen didn't even need to think about this kind of melodramatic plot. Like a man, Man Yin said. It was rare for her to have some appreciation for Yi Shiwen. That's why you don't have to worry about it. Falling out of love is just like an illness. Sooner or later, you'll recover from the sadness. Yi Shiwen smiled. You don't understand. The women of our Ashura clan won't fall in love easily. Otherwise, we'll be dead set on him. Man Yun refuted. That's under the condition that he likes you. Don't say that he doesn't like you. I don't believe that you'll like him for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Yi Shiwen said. It's not a big deal. Kid, you're still young. How old are you? You're already so desperate. You're a good girl, but you insisted on fighting for your life. Look at it now. You're vomiting blood. Yi Shiwen shook his head, looking like a helpless elder. Uft. Seeing Yi Shiwen like this, Man Yun finally couldn't help but laugh. It's good that you're laughing. You're a good girl, but you're acting like a foreign trade contract that no one wants. Why bother? Yi Shiwen said with a grin. He was still a little proud in his heart. It seemed that he had some talent in this aspect. Although Man Yin didn't know what a foreign trade contract was, she could understand Yi Shiwen's good intentions. She had never seen Yi Shiwen like this before. Among the men she had seen in the past, none of them were like F.A. Wushuang, who was as dazzling as the sun. Otherwise, they wanted to pretend to be this kind of dazzling sun, just like the Royal Highness of the Ashura clan. In other words, the Royal Highness of the Ashura clan was also an extremely dazzling sun in the eyes of others. However, in Man Yun's eyes, it was not enough. Or perhaps he was trembling with fear in front of her and didn't even dare to look at her. However, this was the first time that Yi Shiwen was talking to her like an old friend. At this moment, Yi Shiwen wasn't as dazzling as the sun, but he was very warm. She didn't know that there was a new phrase on Earth called warm man. She just felt that this was not bad. It wasn't necessarily the most dazzling one. All right, Miss Foreign Trade Contract, we have to go. It's not safe here, Yi Shiwen said as he clapped his hands. Seeing that Man Yin was in a much better mood, he immediately said, You want to leave? Unfortunately, it's too late. A loud shout came from the sky. Then, a terrifying pressure instantly swept down like a monstrous wave. Chapter 1460. You want to leave? Unfortunately, it's too late. A loud shout came down from the sky, and then a terrifying pressure swept down like a monstrous wave. Then, a group of more than a dozen people completely surrounded the place where Yi Shiwen and Man Yun were resting. They were led by a great demon. Surprisingly, one of his eyes was completely empty, as if it had been dug out by a huge force. Generally, the demon's body had a very strong self-healing ability. Unless they were fatally injured, they could recover very well. And his one eye didn't seem to have the slightest sign of healing. This one-eyed big demon's tyrannical chi and blood swept out like monstrous waves, making people tremble. Behind him, the dozen or so demon masters also had extremely fierce auras. They were from different races, and they were all terrifying masters above the celestial realm. The weakest was also a master at the second level of the celestial realm. Most of them were at the third level of the celestial realm, and there were 2 at the 4th level of the celestial realm. As for the one-eyed big demon, his cultivation was even higher than the 6th level of the celestial realm. One-eyed bandit, I didn't expect to see the famous one-eyed bandit here. Man Yun said with a slight smile, as if she wasn't nervous at all. Legend has it that those who see the one-eyed bandit must die. There is such a saying. That's right, leaving no survivors is our style, the one-eyed bandit said with a sneer. Your eye is still hurting all the time, isn't it? This is the Shura clan's secret technique. No matter which clan you join, you can't undo it. Man Yun said slowly. Yi Shiwen only knew that the one-eyed bandits, I was actually related to their Azura clan. No wonder he was blinded in one eye and couldn't be healed. It turned out that he was hit by the Azura clan's secret technique. This is a gift from your Azura clan. I dare not forget it for a day, the one-eyed bandit said with a sneer, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. So, you actually dared to ambush me today. It seems that you don't want to live, Man Yun said faintly. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally saw Man Yun's aptitude as a princess. She wasn't a little indifferent like before, nor was she a little crazy like before. She was a real cold and arrogant woman, an existence above all living beings. Don't say that you bear a grudge against the Ashura tribe for hurting you. Do you think you can fool us? Not only will you die, but everyone related to you will also die. Even that backer you rely on will not be an exception. He will pay the price, said Man Yun. How could the person who ambushed her here at this time be because a master of the Ashura tribe had dug out his eyes and left a secret curse on him? This was absolutely impossible. The only truth was that it was an order from another royal family. In fact, the only reason why the one-eyed bandit could survive after offending the Ashura tribe was that he had sought refuge with another royal family and survived until now with the support of another royal family. This was not strange at all among the many demon race forces. They kept some forces outside to do some things that were not convenient for them to do normally. The Ashura tribe also had such forces. It was not strange at all, and it was not surprising at all. At this time, if Man Yun replied, then the Ashura tribe would definitely go completely crazy. How many years would it take to produce a great Ashura body? If such a person really died here, the Ashura tribe would probably really go crazy. Similarly, there were a lot of people from other royal families who could not wait for her to die. Although this one-eyed bandit looked like a lone bandit, everyone knew that he must have the support of a royal family behind him. Otherwise, he would not be so bold. Whether this matter succeeded or not, this bandit would be hunted down to death. This was inevitable. If he was not bribed, how could he be so bold? What a smart girl. However, no matter what you say, don't even think about going off-key today, said the one-eyed bandit. You are extraordinary. Too many people want to get rid of you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Yi Shiwen stepped forward and said, You should leave quickly. I will hold them back. However, it seems that I can't hold them for long. No matter what, you were kidnapped by me. Even if it's for Brother Wushuang's sake, I can't leave you alone. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said, He could feel that this great demon in front of him was very terrifying. The aura of his body made Yi Shiwen feel an invisible coercion. This kind of terrifying coercion made Yi Shiwen feel uneasy. If he was alone, then he would have already spread his devil's wings and escaped. However, now there was Man Yin behind him. He did not have much hatred for this infatuated Ashura tribewoman. He simply felt that since he was the one who kidnapped her, then he could not leave her alone. Even if it was for Fa Wushuang's sake, he could not leave her alone. "Boy, I think you are too confident," said the one-eyed bandit with a sneer. He directly drew a demonic palm that covered the sky and instantly blasted towards Yishuin. The terrifying palm power turned into a vast ocean and instantly blasted down. The speed was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, it had already blasted onto Yi Shiwen's body. Boom! Dang! An ancient cauldron suddenly appeared on his body and blocked most of the palm power. However, the terrifying palm power of the sixth sky of Heaven Realm still directly shook Yi Shiwen's body. Puchi! Yi Shiwen spat out a mouthful of blood and was blasted away on the spot. Compared to the master of the sixth sky of Heaven Realm, he was still too far away. Yi Shiwen stabilized his body and forcibly suppressed the boiling aura. However, at this time he realized that Man Yin did not move at all. She had no intention of escaping at all. Yi Shiwen immediately had the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Woman, why are you still not leaving?" At this point, Yi Shiwen did not care about his tone at all. However, Man Yin said unhurriedly, "Ancestor, do you want to continue watching?" At this time, a figure appeared in the sky in front of everyone. An ugly Azura clan elder appeared in front of everyone. This Azura clan elder did not have the slightest fluctuation of aura. It was like a real old man with one foot in the grave. "You." The one-eyed bandit's expression suddenly changed when he saw the appearance of this Azura clan elder. At this time he seemed to have thought of something and quickly shouted, "This is troublesome. Retreat." Although the other demon bandits didn't know why the one-eyed bandit suddenly said such a thing, they could still feel the terror of this old man. This was because in the demon world, people were born with extraordinary battle prowess. Even newborn babies were capable of fighting. It was impossible for there to be no aura. Then there was only one possibility. They could not sense this old man's aura at all. This was the only possibility. They could not even detect this old man's strength. This in itself represented a terrifying combat power. "Want to leave?" The Azura clan elder just spread out his big hand and grabbed the bandits in the air. Although those demon clan bandits wanted to escape, they were no match for this Azura clan elder. They were caught in his hand without any defense. Then a light flashed, and they were pulled into the alternate space. "I want to see who dares to spy on our Azura clan's princess," the old Azura said with a cold smile. Yi Shiwen was speechless as he sat cross-legged in the air. He felt like an idiot who was fooled. If he knew that there was an expert protecting him, he would not have to suffer like this. He was almost killed by a palm. He sat cross-legged and healed his injuries with Phoenix regeneration technique. "Finally, I made it in time. Otherwise, these little bandits would have succeeded." The old Azura felt relieved when he saw that Man Yin was fine. "Have you sorted out everything with that kid?" "Yes." Man Yin nodded. "But he still ran away with that B***TCH. You let him go on purpose. Otherwise, how could they escape?" The old Azura thought for a while and figured out the reason. Yi Shiwen listened quietly at the side. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed the case. If Man Yin hadn't suddenly intervened at that time, it would have been difficult for Yi Shiwen to persist until Fa Wushuang and the royal highness of the Azura clan came to an end. Man Yin just smiled and did not speak. She seemed to be relieved. It was not easy to let go of something. Then she walked to Yi Shiwen's side and said, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "No." Yi Shiwen said with a gloomy face, You're still denying it? How petty! How can a man be so petty? Man Yin said, helplessly. No, stay away from me. I'm not familiar with you. Since someone is here to pick you up, I won't care anymore. I've given Brother Wu Shuang an explanation. Yi Xuan immediately put on a straight face, and then his figure directly turned into a golden light, immediately disappearing into the sky. This person, Man Yin, suddenly felt a little helpless. This kid was probably afraid that I would suddenly kill him. That's why he found an excuse to leave in a hurry. He's really a vigilant kid. The old Azura said, Ancestor, will you? Man Yun said, if this continues, I might actually kill him. Even in the entire human race, there aren't many heavens prides like him. I didn't kill Fa Wushuang because of his relationship with you, but this kid is nothing. If he didn't protect you in the end, I would have killed him as soon as I came up. He must have felt my killing intent, so he quickly left. The old Shura's expression became cold as he spoke. Chapter 1461. The human race is one of the dominant races in the Barren Era. Our devil race has the ambition to dominate the world. The human race is a threshold that cannot be crossed. The fewer geniuses of the human race, the better it is. However, the young geniuses of the human race are numerous. First, there is Fa Wushuang, and now there is Yi Xuan. They are both matchless young geniuses. It is better to kill them all, especially Fa Wushuang. He actually provoked your love tribulation. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. The revered old Shura's expression became even colder as he said, the reason why I watched and didn't kill this brat was because I considered that you would have to experience the tribulation of love sooner or later. You can't be heartless for your entire life. Now, completely give up. So you're saying that it was you who arranged for him to fall for that bitch? Man Yun's expression darkened. It can't be considered my arrangement. I merely guided him a bit, that's all. Who knew that Fa Wushuang wouldn't be so resolute? It can be seen that his feelings for you aren't sincere. If you want to rule the world and become the first female monarch of the demon realm, this is a hurdle that is difficult to cross. The revered old Shura continued. Man Yun's expression wasn't good. Her towering chest was heaving up and down as if she was suppressing her anger. Her feelings had been manipulated like this by someone else. Even if the other party was the ancestor she had always respected, her anger couldn't be suppressed. What? Are you angry? If you were not a girl, I would have thought that you were the reincarnation of the Azura Demon King. The clan has high hopes for you. This world is not peaceful, and many turbulent currents are lurking. Whether our Azura clan can soar in the sky or fall from the clouds in this world depends on your generation. Or in other words, it depends on you. There is not much time left for your generation. With the reincarnation of the Azura Demon King and the return of life and death, your cultivation has reached a higher level. I have already smelled the breath of the Great Tribulation, a great tribulation that even our royal family may not be able to escape from as near. And the hope of our clan is all on you, so we cannot afford to lose. Whether our Azura clan can soar in the sky or fall from the clouds in this world depends on your generation. In other words, it depends on you. There isn't much time left for your generation. With the reincarnation of the great Azura body and the return of life and death, your cultivation has reached a higher level. I can already smell the aura of a great calamity that even our royal family can't escape from as imminent. Without these opponents, how can I reach the peak? Good. It's good that you can understand this. The great Azura body is invincible. The Azura Demon King once relied on this body to dominate the world. You should also have this belief of invincibility. In the future, I won't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. As long as the old guys behind them don't interfere, I won't interfere. Seeing that Man Yun had understood this, the revered old Shura felt very relieved. Man Yun, don't let the clan down. You know what will happen if you let the clan down. I understand, revered old Shura. I want to enter the Azura Hell to cultivate. Man Yun said, You have to think this through. Cultivating in the Azura Hell is a path of death. Even many of the top geniuses of our clan have fallen there. The revered old Shura said, So what? If I really want to become a ruler, it will be a path that has never been seen before. Why would I be afraid of danger? Man Yin said faintly, Good. If that's the case, I'll go back to the clan to apply for you. The revered old Shura said. On the other side, Yi Shiwen struggled to escape from the revered old Shura's perception range. He could keenly sense that the revered old Shura's perception range was terrifyingly large. Yi Shiwen flew for thousands of miles before he could barely sense that he had left the revered old Shura's perception range. Just as the old Azura had said, he had no choice but to leave early because he had sensed the old Azura's killing intent. The old Azura was too terrifying. Although Mannion was present, he couldn't guarantee that the old Azura wouldn't suddenly make a move if the old Azura started to filter him. There was no need to say much about the grievances between the human race and the demon race. Suddenly killing someone was very normal. There was nothing more to say. Moreover, he had really felt the revered old Shura's killing intent. If he didn't leave, he suspected that he might be killed by the revered old Shura. This was also very likely. He had no choice but to leave. Human boy, where are you going? Suddenly, there was a fierce sound in the sky. A group of hundreds of revered Shuras had actually formed a military formation. In an instant, they caught up to Yi Shiwen and surrounded him. The leader was a demon general of the Azura clan. He was middle-aged and had an unusually ugly face. However, there was a hint of excitement on his face. He couldn't help but be excited. He didn't expect to find Yi Shiwen here. How could he not know about this human expert who had stirred up the nearby demon realm experts? In particular, he had kidnapped the princess of the Azura clan. This caused a huge uproar in the Azura clan. Man Yun's status in the Azura clan was naturally high. In many people's eyes, Man Yun, who was born with the great Azura body, was simply the only candidate to be the first female monarch in the future. She was also the only one who could compete with the male royal highnesses and achieve immortality in the future. Such a person was actually kidnapped by a human. How could Sang Xia of the Azura clan not be furious? At this time, he had actually caught Yi Shiwen. Wouldn't he have made a great contribution? If he could catch Yi Shiwen, not only would he be rewarded by the higher-ups of the Azura clan, but he would also gain the favor of the royal highness of the Azura clan. This was killing two birds with one stone. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was no longer a human, but a pile of moving meritorious points. He was the city lord of a nearby city controlled by the Azura clan. These experts of the Azura clan were his most trusted guards. He originally wanted to come out and show his loyalty, but he didn't expect that they would be able to stop this human. The matter of these two humans had attracted the attention of many big figures in the demon realm. At this time, if he could stop any one of them, he would undoubtedly receive a lot of rewards from the higher-ups. Go, stop this man! The city lord of the Azura clan roared, and all the guards of the Azura clan automatically formed a terrifying military formation. Although these guards were only experts half a step into the celestial realm. After forming the military formation, it instantly caused the demon chi between heaven and earth to start boiling. The whole world faintly followed the operation of the military formation and instantly bombarded towards Yi Shiwen like a millstone. Yi Shiwen kept retreating, and the 8 treasures cauldron had already appeared above his head. His whole body was trapped in the military formation, as if he was deep in a quagmire, and there was no way for him to break free. With the power of the military formation, these hundreds of Azura were half a step into the celestial realm all superimposed their power, and a huge blood-red energy torrent suddenly fell towards Yi Shiwen, mixed with the attacks of some experts in the celestial realm. Boom! The energy torrent directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen, sweeping out in the sky at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the whole sky was completely shattered, forming a terrifying crack, shattering in Yi Shiwen's direction. Yi Shiwen spread out his hands, and between his 5 fingers, countless golden lights bloomed, instantly forming a divine wall. Boom! At this time, that terrible rumble directly blasted on the wall, directly setting off an unparalleled, terrifying frenzy, like a stormy sea, sweeping out in all directions. Crash! The terrible shock wave completely flattened the entire mountain range in an instant, and countless mountain rocks were blown into pieces, turning into countless smoke and dust, forming a huge smoke and dust tornado. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back in succession, directly trampling the whole sky into pieces at once, and there was a burst of qi and blood in his chest, which was forcibly blasted by their energy torrent. Originally, whether it was the attacks of the first level of the celestial realm, the second level of the celestial realm, or those experts who were half a step into the celestial realm, it was not enough to cause too much of a threat to Yi Shiwen. But with the help of this Azura clan's great formation, it could actually form a huge pressure on Yi Shiwen, and one could imagine the power of this formation. Go to hell, boy, become my merit points. As long as I kill you, I can immediately rise to the top, and my status in the clan will advance by leaps and bounds. So go to hell. Suddenly, a blood light flashed in front of Yi Shiwen, and the figure of that Azura city lord suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. With a sinister smile on his face, 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and a punch blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Azura Fist! He directly blasted out the signature martial arts of the Ashura clan. Under his control, the boundless fist energy transformed into a huge Ashura. It opened its bloody mouth and instantly bit towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed like he wanted to bite Yi Shiwen to death in one bite. Yi Shiwen also clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, condensed countless power of the stars, and blasted out on the spot. Boom! The power of the stars and the shadow of the Azura fiercely collided, bursting out endless divine light. Chapter 1462. Boundless divine radiance splashed out on the spot, piercing through the void. Crack! Yi Shiwen was blasted away on the spot. His figure repeatedly pulled a huge crack in the void, and with great difficulty he managed to stop his footsteps. His face was flushed red, and he couldn't stop his qi and blood from flowing out of his body. He had almost been blasted to death. If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be as simple as having his qi and blood surging. He would probably be blasted to death on the spot. Not to mention half-step, celestial realm late stage. Even an ordinary celestial realm 3rd level would be blasted to death with one punch. This Azura was worthy of being the city lord of the nearby Azura city. In terms of cultivation, he had most likely already stepped into the 4th heaven of the heaven tier. If not for this, he would not have been able to suppress an area and become the city lord. One should know that these demons were cunning and tyrannical by nature. They were much more difficult to manage than humans. The only reason that could subdue them was tyrannical strength. Even in the demon realm, it was still not an easy thing to reach the celestial realm 4th level. Only when one reached the celestial realm 4th level or above could he have the opportunity to suppress a region and become a small feudal lord. Don't underestimate this city lord. In ancient times, even the county magistrate was not called Marquis Bailey, who was in charge of a region. Even in the demon realm, it was still considered extremely prominent. When the Azura city lord saw that he couldn't kill Yi Shiwen, he was extremely surprised. This little half-step, celestial realm late-stage human was not killed by his punch. At this time, he finally believed the rumor that Yi Shiwen had previously massacred a large number of demon experts, including a large number of celestial realm demon experts. Originally, it was just a rumor. Even if he was in the celestial realm, there was a huge gap between him and the ordinary celestial realm when he stepped into the celestial realm 4th level. It was the gap between the celestial realm initial stage and the celestial realm intermediate stage. Such a gap couldn't be made up at all. So even if Yi Shiwen was just not dead, it was enough to surprise him. Yi Shiwen had only just digested the power of the Asura's fist of the Asura city lord. At this time, the Asura army formed by the Asura clan's guards once again crushed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen bombarded the Big Bang Stardust Fist again and again, and unceasingly bombarded the encirclement army. However, it did not have much of an effect. Not only was the military formation able to gather all of the Asura's power together, but it could also distribute the power it received to each Asura. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't break the military formation. The city leader of the Asura tribe laughed. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and continued to bear the enormous power brought by the military formation. The blood-red torrent continued to bombard the treasure light emitted by the 8 Treasures Universe cauldron. Even the treasure light emitted by the 8 Treasures Universe cauldron began to crack. It couldn't hang down to protect Yi Shiwen. These terrifying cracks had been created by the bombardment. Boom! 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 The blood-colored energy constantly bombarded the 8 Treasures Heaven and Earth cauldron, causing it to emit a painful buzzing sound. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, even the 8 Treasures Heaven and Earth cauldron will be broken sooner or later. At that time, without the help of the 8 Treasures Heaven and Earth cauldron, Yi Shiwen could only resist head-on. And if he resisted head-on, the serious consequences could be imagined. Since you can distribute the power evenly to each of you, then I will directly bombard the Great Formation until it reaches the limit that each of you can't bear. Yi Shiwen sneered at this time. At this time, the city lord of the Asura clan, not far away, was looking at Yi Shiwen with incomparable pride. He didn't even intend to make a move. In his opinion, his personal guards were enough to kill Yi Shiwen. There was no need for him to do it himself. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth, and countless demon aura was once again absorbed by him. His entire stomach instantly swelled up. Boom! In his mouth, countless chi mixed with the demon aura, turned into a torrent of energy, and directly bombarded on the spot. Spirit bomb! Puchi! 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 The torrent of energy formed by Yi Shiwen's Yuan Chi bomb directly blasted on the military formation. It was like a cannon that blasted through the entire military formation. The personal guards of the Asura tribe who were in front of this torrent of energy did not even have the time to scream before they turned into clouds of blood mist and exploded on the spot. Then the terrifying energy didn't slow down at all and headed straight for Asura's city master. Bang! The city lord of the Asura clan spread out his hands and took this energy torrent head-on. His body was instantly blasted hundreds of miles away, dragging a huge force of hundreds of miles in the air, directly tearing a huge crack in the air. Both of his hands were badly mutilated in an instant. The torrent of energy had directly broken through his defenses and torn apart his flesh. Yi Shiwen's attack of Spirit Bomb broke the military formation. The entire military formation was blasted open on the spot. Although this military formation could bear the attacks to each person, in this case, the degree of each person's endurance was quite limited, and it could also ensure that this military formation would not be broken. But at the same time, because the members of this military formation were only a group of people mainly in the half-step celestial realm, they might be able to withstand ordinary attacks, but Yi Shiwen's attack suddenly strengthened several times. The power of the Spirit Bomb was extremely terrifying, so it suddenly exceeded the upper limit of what they could withstand. Many people were blasted away on the spot. Without the protection of the military formation, individual strength was even more insignificant. Many Asuras who blocked in front of the energy torrent were blasted into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. They had no power to fight back, and they didn't even have time to scream. Not to mention the ordinary members of the army. Even the Asura city lord was injured by Yi Shiwen. Although it was only a minor injury, it was still incredible for him, who had already stepped into the 4th level of the Celestial Realm, the Celestial Realm Intermediate Stage. And at this time, Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest hesitation. A long sword condensed from sword intent directly appeared in his hand, and a flash of sword light flashed out, directly shuttling through several half-step celestial realm Azuras. Pucci! 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 Yi Shiwen's movements were incredibly fast, but they didn't even have time to react. Their physical bodies were slashed in midair, turned into a cloud of blood mist, and their souls were destroyed. At this time, a celestial realm Azura rushed toward Yi Shiwen, directly opening the Azura domain, wanting to keep Yi Shiwen here. But at this time, Yi Shiwen only wanted to escape. The long sword in his hand instantly blasted out a terrifying sword light, smashing the Azura domain of this celestial realm Azura. He directly closed in on the Azura and directly chopped down on the spot. Bang! This Azura was slashed by Yi Shiwen on the spot, instantly blasted out, and his whole body was slashed into two halves. The whole process was so fast that many people didn't even see clearly what was going on, and this celestial realm Azura had already been slashed by Yi Shiwen. And without this celestial realm Azura in charge, this area of the military formation was directly torn open, and Yi Shiwen immediately stepped out of the sky full of golden light, directly escaping through this gap. Roar! At this time, that Azura city Lord finally recovered from the previous blow given by Yi Shiwen. But at this time, a huge gap had already been torn open in the military formation by Yi Shiwen, and at this time, Yi Shiwen had instantly turned into a cloud of golden light to escape, and it was simply impossible to catch up. Damn brat, don't let me catch you. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. This time, it could be said that he had suffered a double loss. The credit that was in his hands had flown away. Moreover, his personal guards had suffered heavy losses and were already somewhat injured. How could this not make him depressed? Retreat, return to the city. At this time, he could no longer sense Yi Shiwen's existence, and could only helplessly choose to return to the city to lick his own wounds. Previously, he was somewhat lucky to be able to meet Yi Shiwen halfway, but he didn't think that he would be so lucky again. As for finding Yi Shiwen, it would be even more difficult. If it was so easy, Yi Shiwen would have been found by the other high-level Azura clan long ago. But what he didn't know was that when he left with his personal guards, a pair of eyes was staring at them. After they left, a green figure appeared in the void. This person was none other than Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes as he watched this Azura city lord leave, and said coldly, "You want to end it like this? It's still early." First, he was scared away by the old Azura's killing intent, and then he was ambushed by this team of Azura clan, which made him very unhappy, especially when he was scared away by the old Azura. For him, he almost died. He believed that the old Azura would definitely dare to kill him and kill him. Just now, it seemed that he had left, but in fact, he didn't escape at all. He just lurked on the side. Now that he had entered the late stage of half-step celestial realm, it was impossible to break through in a short time without a suitable training, and he had targeted this Azura city lord. Since he wanted to exchange his life for credit points, then he was seeking his own death, and his death would not be regretted. There was only a little more than a year left, it was too urgent, and he had no other choice but to choose an unconventional method, the celestial realm. He had to find a way to enter the celestial realm within a year. Chapter 1463. In the nearby city of the Azura clan, the Azura city lord returned to the city with a cold face. At this time, the demons in the entire city were a little silent. They didn't know what kind of setback the Azura city lord had encountered outside. Although the Azura city lord didn't have any injuries on his body, everyone could see that he was in a bit of a mess. A large part of the personal guards behind him was missing. He had lost a large number of people. Even those who were still there all had relatively serious injuries on their bodies. Those who weren't directly hit by Yi Shiwen's Yuan Qi bomb were instantly seriously injured, even though they were just at the side. The Azura city lord only had his hands blasted by Yi Shiwen. With such injuries, he almost recovered in a very short time. However, the others weren't so lucky. It could be said that almost everyone had injuries on their bodies because the military formation had distributed all the injuries equally to them. Although the personal guards who directly faced the attack directly bore the majority of the power and directly turned into blood mist on the spot, the remaining people also shared most of the injuries equally. At this time, it could be said that they were directly seriously injured on the spot. If the Azure City Lord wasn't there to oversee, they would probably be slaughtered by Yi Shiwen alone. However, even though they were very curious, these demons still didn't dare to ask. One should know that these demons were much more tyrannical than the human race. If they angered the Azure City Lord and he killed them all, then they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Although this city was ruled by the Azure clan, it wasn't just the Azure clan that ruled over it. There were also experts from other clans. For the Azure City Lord, his troubles seemed to be coming to an end. However, what he didn't expect was that in fact his troubles had just arrived. He discovered that ever since he ambushed Yi Shiwen, he seemed to be targeted by Yi Shiwen. Whether it was when he went out or when his subordinates went out, they would be ambushed by Yi Shiwen. Gradually, he discovered that his subordinates couldn't leave the city because, once they left the city, only death awaited them. Even when he personally took action, it was useless. Facing the Azure City Lord who personally took action, even if Yi Shiwen wasn't his opponent, it was completely possible for him to escape unscathed. There was no pressure at all. Therefore, it created a very bad situation. Ordinary people could freely go in and out. But as long as it was his people who went out, they would definitely be ambushed by Yi Shiwen. Therefore, he had no choice but to lead the team personally. However, it was useless even if he led the team personally because Yi Shiwen would still come over. It even made him feel that Yi Shiwen was like a mad dog that hated him. As long as Yi Shiwen saw him, Yi Shiwen would rush over. However, what made him depressed was that every time Yi Shiwen ambushed him, he would suffer heavy losses. Soon, almost all of his personal guards were lost. In fact, it was unknown how many years it had taken him to gather his personal guards to the scale. Even if Yi Shiwen slaughtered half-step celestial realm experts, like slaughtering chickens and dogs, such experts were rare even in the demon domain. Not to mention that there were many celestial realm experts among them. Celestial realm experts were not very common, whether it was in the ancient barons continent or in the demon domain. Celestial realm experts had a very high status even in the demon domain. They didn't need to rely on other demon experts at all, unless they had no other choice. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for him to recruit these experts. After all, he had just ascended to the 4th level of Celestial Realm. He didn't have that kind of overwhelming advantage. He was no longer a Celestial Realm pinnacle expert who was famous in the demon domain. Just their name alone could attract many people to join them. Even if Yi Shiwen couldn't pose a substantial threat to him every time, but for his subordinates, he could cause some losses every time. After a long time, his personal guards were all destroyed. Without these personal guards, it was impossible to pose any threat to Yi Shiwen by relying on the ordinary Transcendent Realm or even the ordinary demon army that had not even reached the Transcendent Realm. Very soon, he became a lone commander, and many people also heard about the matter of an expert specifically targeting him, so they were not willing to come to him at all. After his personal guards were all destroyed, he could only choose to do it himself. He even launched several counter-ambushes, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen seemed to have eyes. He could actually know the internal information of the demon race. There was no way to ambush Yi Shiwen at all. This situation lasted for half a year. The Azure City Lord couldn't stand it anymore. He ambushed Yi Shiwen once. This time, Yi Shiwen was caught off guard. A fierce battle broke out between both sides. Yi Shiwen was almost beaten to death. In the end, he relied on the demon wings, superior speed, and finally escaped. But soon, the Azure City Lord didn't feel happy for long. He found out that Yi Shiwen came back again. The time interval was only a day, and he had almost recovered. The Azure City Lord also paid a huge price to make Yi Shiwen stay. At this time, he was far from recovering. In this battle, both sides fought fiercely again. Yi Shiwen's combat power didn't decrease. On the contrary, compared to before, his combat power had increased. After that, every once in a while, Yi Shiwen would come looking for trouble with the Azura City Lord. And he was depressed to find that every time Yi Shiwen appeared again, his strength would increase. Although it was still not comparable to him, it would be close every time. And the combat power was getting closer and closer to the peak of the third sky of Sky Realm. Ordinary third heaven of Heaven Realm experts were nothing compared to him. They were simply dregs. Although the Azura City Lord could always suppress Yi Shiwen, he found that it was more and more difficult for him to suppress Yi Shiwen. Until another year later, although he could still barely gain the upper hand in the battle with Yi Shiwen, he could no longer suppress him completely, let alone injure him severely. In the last few battles, Yi Shiwen was able to completely retreat. Although he still couldn't defeat him, for the Azura City Lord, it was already shocking enough. In the beginning, the Azura City Lord wanted to monopolize Yi Shiwen's credit, so he didn't report Yi Shiwen's matter. But soon, he found that he could not completely suppress Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, this kid became more and more difficult to deal with. Sometimes, Yi Shiwen could even seriously injure him. Although such situations were rare, it was a very dangerous signal. So he decisively reported this matter to the higher-ups of Azura clan. Soon, the higher-ups of Azura clan were furious. This Yi Shiwen was too insolent. He actually dared to be presumptuous in their Azura clan city. Soon, they organized a raid. In this raid, Yi Shiwen, who didn't expect the Azura City Lord to choose to call for reinforcements, suffered a big loss. Facing several tyrannical masters of the seventh sky of Sky Realm, Yi Shiwen was seriously injured almost immediately. There was no room to fight back. In the end, he decisively relied on the demon wings to get rid of the pursuit. This time, the injury took a full 10 days and 10 nights to recover. Even with the power of his Phoenix regeneration technique, it still took 10 days and 10 nights. It was enough to see how serious the injury was. Since then, although the Azura City Lord invited masters to organize several ambushes, it was useless. Yi Shiwen seemed to have learned to be smart. No bait could make him move, and these masters couldn't stay here all the time. They could only leave. So soon, it became the Azura City Lord alone to face Yi Shiwen. After that, everyone fought a few more times. Yi Shiwen was getting more and more relaxed as he retreated. Because of this, many experts of the demon race were attracted over. Even the demon race's city, Lord from the neighboring city, was attracted over. They all wanted to see what kind of expert from the human clan could actually force the city Lord of the Azura clan to such an extent. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. The time of the imperial court struggle was also near. This Azura city had become more and more prosperous over the past year. Many people wanted to see what kind of experts of the human race were. Moreover, as Yi Shiwen was dispatched more and more frequently, the bounty on his head had also increased. Many experts who thought that they were quite strong had chosen to come to this city at this time. They wanted to see if they could try their luck and meet this arrogant expert of the human race. They wanted to see if they could get lucky and meet this arrogant expert of the human race. Moreover, many people knew that Yi Shiwen was only targeting the city Lord of the Azura clan. So long as other people didn't provoke him, then there wouldn't be any problem. Therefore, many devil experts had come to watch the fun. They had a long lifespan. So, watching the fun for a few years was nothing. In this regard, the Azura City Lord wanted to cry, but had no tears. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just an ambush? Was it necessary to pester him to death? This was simply an unexpected calamity. In just over a year, his personal guards had been completely annihilated. Moreover, no one was willing to join them. After all, once they joined, it was equivalent to being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Although Yi Shiwen couldn't deal with the Azura City Lord, it was more than enough to deal with them. Chapter 1464. Hence, after that, no one wanted to join the Azura City Lord's personal guards at all. Hence, his personal guards could only be filled with law manifestation realm and even transcendent realm demons. These demons did not dare to reject the summons of the Azura City Lord, who was at the 4th level of the celestial realm. Yi Shiwen was not interested in them anymore. His main goal was to deal with the Azura City Lord. The Azura City Lord quickly reacted. Yi Shiwen wasn't a mad dog that didn't have any sense and wouldn't let him go. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen was clearly using him as a stepping stone, a whetstone. He wanted to use him to hone his own strength. When he came to this conclusion, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were so many experts in the demon domain. Was there a need to keep an eye on him? He was immediately enraged. He was a master at the 4th level of the celestial realm. Even in the demon domain, he had the identity of a small feudal lord. Now he had become someone else's stepping stone. How humiliating was that? But even if he knew and was enraged, it was useless. Facing Yi Shiwen, they still had no way to deal with him. Although Yi Shiwen couldn't beat him, he was able to escape unscathed from his hands. This in itself was the most ironic sign. He, a master at the 4th level of the celestial realm, couldn't do anything to a half-step celestial late realm warrior. It was no wonder that he could only be used as a stepping stone. In this city, ruled by Azura, due to the constant appearance of human warriors over the past year, it had attracted many experts from various clans. All of them gathered together. Among these people, the appearance of a fallen angel was considered a little abrupt. After all, fallen angel experts rarely walked in the demon domain. Hence, it was still a very rare thing for them. However, under the situation where experts from various clans swarmed in, this was nothing. Yi Shiwen was surrounded by many demon experts. His aura-concealing technique had already reached an extremely profound realm. Even if he stood in front of them, he would not be recognized. In addition, he had also changed some of his appearance, making him look like a legendary fallen angel. He was incomparably handsome, and ordinary people would not even think of him in this direction. He had been able to escape the surprise attacks of Azura City Master many times because he had transformed into a fallen angel and hid in the city that was ruled by Azura City Master. When Azura City Master had made a big move, he had seen it with his own eyes. How could he have been easily ambushed? The only time he was ambushed in the first half of the year was because the Azura City Lord suspected that there was a traitor. Therefore, he went out alone to ambush Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was caught unprepared. Yi Shiwen was seriously injured on the spot and escaped. Then, after the Azura City Lord called for reinforcements, he did not tell anyone at all. He directly ambushed Yi Shiwen again and almost killed him. A celestial realm expert was enough to make him flee, and he might not even be able to escape, let alone a few experts at the 7th level of the celestial realm. The fact that he was able to escape at that time was more or less due to his good luck. If it was not for a master at the 7th level of the celestial realm who accidentally revealed a flaw and gave him a way to escape, he might even have been trapped inside and died. For the current Yi Shiwen, a master at the 7th level of the celestial realm, was still too powerful. Even a master at the 6th level of the celestial realm was too powerful for him. There was no way to deal with it at all. After that, the Azura City Lord was even more certain that someone in his city had leaked information to Yi Shiwen. There was a traitor. Otherwise, it would not have been like this. It was just that he never dreamed that Yi Shiwen did not have a traitor in the city, but that he was in the city at all. So even though he sealed the city several times and did not allow anyone to enter or leave, and even did not allow anyone to send messages out, he still failed to successfully ambush Yi Shiwen in the end. For him, this was also a very frustrating thing. And for Yi Shiwen, a year and a half had passed in a hurry. For him, what exactly did this mean? He was very clear that the imperial court struggle was about to begin, and he was still trapped in this demon realm. Compared to the Azura City Lord, he was the one who felt more frustrated. In this year, he had already killed 20 demons at the first level of the celestial realm, 10 demons at the second level of the celestial realm, and 5 demons at the third level of the celestial realm. The only thing he lacked now was a demon at the fourth level of the celestial realm. And this demon at the fourth level of the celestial realm was the fundamental reason why he was completely trapped in this demon realm. If he could not complete the task given by the clan lord, he would not be able to leave. Then the imperial court struggle would be an extravagant hope for him. Perhaps the clan lord had good intentions. The clan lord's intention was very simple, which was to protect him. He was still too young, only around 200 years old. It was still too early for him to participate in the imperial court struggle. Even in the next few hundred years, he would be more than enough to participate. There was no need to be anxious at all. For the cultivation of such a genius, they all had their own plans and strategies. It was not something that ordinary small forces could compare with. But only Yi Xuan himself knew that he could not wait, not even for a minute. Huang Menghan was still waiting for him. He did not have any extra time at all. He had to go to the ancient Phoenix realm as soon as possible. And with his current strength, even after a year, his foundation was incomparably deep, and he even dared to use the experts at the fourth level of the celestial realm as a whetstone. But he himself was very clear that he was still far from the combat strength of the fourth level of the celestial realm. And because of this, he had not been able to kill this Azura City Lord, who was at the fourth level of the celestial realm. He knew that if he stepped into the celestial realm, he should be able to defeat or even kill this Azura City Lord. But he also understood that for ordinary people, the heaven's retribution of the celestial realm was already a disaster with 9 out of 10 chances of survival. But for him, the heaven's retribution of the celestial realm was really a disaster with no chance of survival. So even if his foundation was incomparably deep compared to ordinary people, he still did not dare to casually make a move, because he was very clear that if he really triggered the heaven's retribution of the celestial realm, he might really die. The heaven's retribution seemed to be against him, not giving him any chance of survival. He could only rely on himself. Only when he was completely prepared could he trigger the heaven's retribution of the celestial realm. The heaven's retribution of the celestial realm was really too terrifying. Right now, he was only close to touching this realm, but he could already feel the indistinct pressure of the heavenly way. Imperial court struggle. Yi Xuan clenched his fists tightly. If he could not step into the celestial realm, he would not be able to kill this Azura City Lord who was at the fourth level of the celestial realm. Then he would not be able to catch up to the imperial court struggle at all. For this imperial court struggle, he had prepared for a full 10 years. 10 years of time. Was he going to give up just like this? Thinking of this, his heart was resolutely unwilling. He had already reached this point, only one step away. Imperial court struggle, he would absolutely not give up. If it really doesn't work, then I can only take a risk, Yi Xuan said while gritting his teeth. And at this moment, a sudden noise suddenly sounded on the street. Although this street was originally very noisy, but at this moment this noise suddenly increased by dozens of times, the noise rushing straight to the sky. Yi Xuan turned around and saw a team of Azura City's guards. They were lined up in 2 rows. They were escorting a team of several hundred human slaves. They were walking towards them. Along the way, all kinds of curses were constantly heard. These Azura City guards even took out their whips from time to time, ruthlessly lashing the bodies of these human slaves. Pa! 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 Sounds of flesh being whipped could be heard. These human slaves were all sallow and emaciated, as if they were extremely malnourished. Their strength also seemed to have been completely absorbed by some kind of evil technique. At this moment, they had no strength to resist at all. They could only grit their teeth and bear with it, unwilling to make a sound even if they died. At this moment, the attitude of the demons on the street towards these humans was extremely vile, and even their eyes were filled with contempt. Demons were still very disgusted with humans, especially these demons who were arrogant and thought that they were a race that would rule over the heavens. Other than them, Other races were all lowly races. Even now, there was no exception. There was no difference at all, not to mention the slaves among the human race. In the previous wars between the demon domain and the ancient Barrens continent, even until now, there were still many passageways leading to the ancient Barrens continent. The conflicts between the two races were endless, and there was no intention of stopping at all. Be it the demon domain or the ancient Barrens continent, they held a large number of each other's captives, and there were also many human captives in the hands of the demons. Usually, these human experts would have all their strength sucked dry by the demonic technique, and then be sent to the mines to mine. Because even if these human experts had their strength sucked dry, they still had great strength with just their physical bodies alone. They were good at mining, so they were able to survive. Even so, they were still abnormally poor in the demon domain. Seeing this scene, Yi Shiwen's eyes immediately turned red. These were all human experts who had been captured in the previous wars. In other words, they were also the heroes of the human race. Now, they had fallen into such a state, and the human race was unable to rescue them at all. Hurry up and leave, you lowly slaves. Otherwise, I'll whip you to death. At this time, a team leader of the Ashura tribe slapped one of the human tribe powerhouses who could not move. After a short while, the powerhouse was dead. Without the protection of cultivation strength, these powerhouses of the human tribe could not exert much strength even though they had a good physical cultivation. Their vitality was unprecedentedly weak, without food for a long time. Damn it! Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and said softly with red eyes. Chapter 1465. Many devils in the surroundings applauded one after another, especially since they were born with a tyrannical nature. So they couldn't help but get excited when they saw blood and death. In particular, these human warriors had fallen into their hands as slaves. There wasn't the slightest change on the faces of these human warriors when they saw their companions being beaten to death. It seemed as if they were numb to it. Every day, every moment, there were people who couldn't bear the torture of the devil race and died. They had seen this kind of thing many times, so they were numb to it and didn't feel anything. In fact, they were just a pile of walking corpses now, so they didn't have many thoughts. Yi Shiwen's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly, and his nails had sunk deep into his flesh. Aren't these lowly human slaves mining in the nearby mines? Why did they bring them here at this time? Letting them walk in our city is polluting our city. They are only fit to be associated with pigs and dogs. I don't know. Letting them walk in the city is their honor. Hey, you don't know, but I do. It's useless for you to scold them. They are already walking corpses, and most importantly, they are going to die soon. At this time, an Ashura sneered and said, Going to die? What's going on? This Ashura's words suddenly attracted the attention of many people. Yi Shiwen was also among them. Isn't there a human warrior who has been harassing us recently? Now he has angered our city lord. So, our city lord wants to execute all these human slaves. That Ashura sneered and said, Now, our city lord has arranged an inescapable net. When the time comes, we will execute these human slaves in batches. Let's see whether that human warrior will appear or not. If he appears, then he will die. If he doesn't appear, then these human slaves will be executed in batches. Let's see if he can still endure when he sees his compatriots being killed one by one. So it's like this. It's really a good plan, but aren't they afraid that he will find out? What's there to be afraid of? This is an overt plot in itself. Besides, it's just a bunch of human slaves. They're not worth anything. If they die, then so be it. The Ashura said indifferently. In the demon realm, although the number of human slaves was the least among the various slaves, they were actually not worth much. Apart from the fact that they were free labor, they did not have much value. Besides, if he doesn't show up, then we will spread this news to the human race. Now, we already know his name. He is Yi Shiwen. If I'm not mistaken, then he should be a tyrant of the human race. He is a descendant of the Yi family. Moreover, He should be a heaven's pride expert. Do you think that Yi Shiwen will still have a foothold in the human race after we spread this news? Didn't humans love infighting the most? When that time comes, he will be in trouble. Therefore, regardless of whether this plan succeeds or not, it will be effective. That's enough. The Azura added with a sneer. What a sinister plan. Yi Shiwen clenched his fist and said, if this plan was really successful, then it would inevitably be a series of twists and turns. There were a lot of people in the Yi family who didn't like him. It would be fine if they didn't have a handle on him. However, if they had a handle on him, then they would be able to make a big movement. There were a lot of hot-blooded people who hated the devil race. If they knew that Yi Shiwen didn't save them, then even if they knew that it was impossible to save them in the demon realm, it would still be enough to cause a lot of criticism. At that time, it would be inevitable that there would be a series of twists and turns. In addition, some people would add fuel to the fire. At that time, Yi Shiwen's reputation would not be good. Even if a rational person knew that it was impossible to save those people, but the irrational people still occupied the majority. Therefore, this problem was simply a hot potato. Many of the major forces of the human race had fallen into the hands of the devil race. However, none of them proposed to save them. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but they couldn't. If they could do it, then they would have done it long ago. Why would they wait until now? This was an extremely troublesome matter. Haha, if that's the case, then it will be interesting. Although I have heard of this human boy, I have been here for several months. However, I have never seen him even once. I'm afraid this time I have a chance. That's right. I also want to know what kind of human he is. He can actually cause chaos in my race. Many devils had expressed that they must see this human warrior. However, they didn't know that the human warrior they wanted to see was actually right beside them. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. This scheme was truly sinister. If it had been any other scheme, then perhaps Yi Shiwen would have remained indifferent. However, there were always some things that he couldn't tolerate. He calmed his breath and told himself, calm down, I must calm down. At this time, if I was provoked and made a move, it was very likely that I would lose my life here. Even if the devil race spread the news to the Yi family, it would not be a big deal. At most, some people would condemn me. Although there would be some twists and turns, it would eventually calm down. Compared to the consequences of making a move, it was still much better. These human slaves were directly escorted outside the city. At this time, many devils followed them out. They had also heard about this matter and went outside the city to watch. They had already known about this matter and were waiting for the possible arrival of Yi Shiwen. However, they weren't stopped. Perhaps they didn't want to stop it at all. They blocked the news. In fact, they couldn't wait for the bigger the commotion, the more likely it was to attract Yi Shiwen's arrival. Now, many people believed that there were spies in the city who were in contact with Yi Shiwen. Therefore, they made such a big fuss in order to let the so-called spies in the city tell the news to Yi Shiwen, and then attract Yi Shiwen to take action. This was the real ultimate goal. However, this was an overt plot. He publicized this strategy to the public. It didn't matter whether you knew or not. Yi Shiwen didn't follow them out. He was afraid that he couldn't help but attack. He could maintain absolute calmness in most cases, but that didn't mean that it was absolute. Soon, cheers and mockery of devils came from outside the city. Then, a burst of blood light soared into the sky. Several blood energies soared into the sky, accompanied by a shocking resentment. Yi Shiwen clenched his fists in anger, and his hands were trembling. He knew that a group of human slaves had been directly executed, and these human slaves' resentment had been released before their death. They were the pride of the human race, but now they had fallen into such a fate. The resentment that had been suppressed in their hearts had been directly released before their death, and had directly materialized on the spot. In ancient battlefields, it was easy to form such a dead land. It was because after tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of resentful souls died full of resentment, Their resentment directly covered the world, isolating the yin and yang of the world. Many resentful souls that had dissipated in the world remained, and even evolved into malicious spirits. Of course, the premise was that there was no one to deal with it, in a place like the Yi family's Devil Passage. Although a large number of masters died, full of resentment at every moment, there were countless masters sitting here. Even if a malicious spirit really evolved into a malicious spirit, it could only be directly killed by them. After this group of slaves was executed, about an hour later, there was another burst of cheers outside the city, and a few resentments soared into the sky. "Don't force me to attack." Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said. His nails had deeply sunk into his flesh, and blood flowed out. With the degree of his tyrant body, it was unexpectedly scratched. It could be seen how angry Yi Shiwen was. After another hour, there was another burst of cheers outside the city. At this time, almost all the devils in the city, big and small, went out to watch and shouted excitedly. The hundreds of thousands of devils in the city began to go crazy, like a crazy man and woman in a carnival party. At this time, Yi Shiwen also went out because at this time almost all the devils in the city went out to watch. If only he was inside, it would be too conspicuous. When he went out, the entire execution ground by the moat was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Fortunately, although everyone could not see, they could use divine thoughts to see the situation inside the execution ground. Yi Shiwen's divine thoughts naturally swept out, and he saw that the entire execution ground was full of ordinary Ashura clan soldiers. In addition to the ordinary soldiers of the Ashura tribe, there were also many slaves of the human tribe, standing beside them expressionlessly. In the middle of the field, there were several human tribe slaves kneeling. Behind them, there were several executioners of the Ashura tribe who were preparing to carry out the execution. The scene was filled with a bloody smell, and there were no corpses. The executed human clan slaves were directly thrown into the moat on the side on the spot. This moat was not an ordinary river, but a very strong, corrosive moat. Even if a devil expert fell into it, he would be directly corroded into bones in a very short time. There was no possibility of survival at all. Soon, it was time for the execution. There was some commotion among the few human clan slaves who were about to be executed, but they were quickly suppressed by the Ashura clan executioners. "Time's up. Execute. Do it." Suddenly, a team leader of the Ashura tribe said. Then the executioners of the Ashura tribe were ready to carry out the execution. Chapter 1466. Time's up. Let's start the execution. Suddenly, a captain of the Ashura clan opened his mouth and said. Then several executioners of the Ashura clan prepared to carry out the execution. The executioners of the Ashura clan raised their hands and were about to chop down with their broadswords. Whoosh! An earth-shattering sword chi instantly pierced through the vast sky. Those devils who were originally watching but were blocked in the path of this sword chi were directly bombarded. Puff! 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 Wherever this sword chi passed, it directly set off a bloody storm. These devils who were directly bombarded by the sword chi screamed on the spot. Then they were bombarded and turned into a mass of blood mist, which was absorbed by a mass of blood light. This sword chi directly bombarded from the back of the devils to the execution ground like a hot knife through butter. It directly cleared a huge empty area which was filled with a bloody storm. After directly clearing a path, this sword chi directly slashed towards those executioners. Bang! 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 Those executioners were also bombarded by the sword chi in an instant and exploded on the spot one after another. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it only happened in an instant. Almost in an instant, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Many devil experts finally reacted after those executioners were directly bombarded to death. Someone attacked the execution ground. However, more experts suddenly became excited because they finally realized that someone would attack the execution ground at this time to save people. Who else could it be other than their target this time, Yi Shiwen? Many of them had been here for a long time, but Yi Shiwen always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. They had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person. As for those human slaves who were executed, in their opinion, it was not a big deal at all. It was just an excuse to attract Yi Shiwen to come out. As long as Yi Shiwen came out, then these people would not really care about him at all. In an instant, all kinds of divine thoughts were flying all over the place, sweeping across the world. Soon, they saw a man in a green robe appear in the sky. He slowly walked over, and each step seemed to have a rhythm. Every step directly stepped on the hearts of the crowd. Every step he took seemed to be able to trigger a special frequency, causing everyone's hearts to completely stop beating. His body exuded a frightening aura of hostility, as if he was an Asura coming to kill. His terrifying spiritual power crushed everyone present. Hundreds of thousands of fiend race experts present were actually completely suppressed by his aura alone. I said, "Don't force me to make a move." The entire execution ground was silent. Everyone seemed to be stunned. Bastard, a human half-step into the late stage of the heaven tier, dares to be so arrogant. Suddenly, a devil race expert was the first to wake up from the shock of Yi Shiwen's appearance. He immediately roared angrily. He was an expert in the heaven realm. At this time, he was simply ashamed and annoyed. He had never thought that he, a dignified expert in the heaven realm, would actually be frightened by a human warrior who was half a step in the heaven realm. This was simply a great humiliation. Although he had long heard rumors about Yi Shiwen, rumors were just rumors. He refused to believe it no matter what. "Kill him! Tear him into pieces! I'm going to eat him alive!" Suddenly, after the first one, the other devils reacted one after another. They all cursed loudly to vent the feelings of shame and annoyance in their hearts. They were actually frightened by a human warrior. Hundreds of thousands of devils cursed loudly. The voices were so loud that it seemed to drown all the sounds in this world. The sound waves formed were stronger and stronger, like stormy waves beating the world. But at this time, hundreds of thousands of devils didn't step forward to kill Yi Shiwen. Perhaps they were frightened by Yi Shiwen's action of using his sword chi to clear a path, or perhaps they all felt that Yi Shiwen was going to die anyway, so they didn't need to do it themselves. Everyone knew that the Asura city Lord had set up an inescapable net here. Many people guessed that he wouldn't come at all. After all, if he had obtained this information and still came, then he would be too stupid. At the very least, in their devil race, he would be an idiot. Only a fool would choose to come here if his head was caught in a door. But at the same time, they hoped that Yi Shiwen would come, which formed a very contradictory mentality. They were looking forward to Yi Shiwen's coming, and at the same time, they felt that he would not come at all. In many people's view, the execution of human slaves was just a means to make them a little happy. Yi Shiwen's pace seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Almost in an instant, he had already rushed to the center of the execution ground. Those executioners were not a match for Yi Shiwen at all, and had already been directly strangled by his sword chi. And at the moment when Yi Shiwen appeared in the center of the execution ground, a huge blood-colored array suddenly appeared in the sky, completely enveloping the entire place. Rumble. The entire array was operating according to a certain natural law. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen could feel that the blood of those human slaves who had been executed before, as well as those devils who had been killed by him before, began to slowly boil and began to replenish the entire array little by little. The entire array was exuding endless coercion, and it fell on Yi Shiwen's body fiercely, as if it wanted to crush his whole body. He came. Such a thought suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. "Yi Shiwen, I didn't expect that you would still come. I really don't know whether to say that the so-called feelings of you humans are good, or should I say that you are stupid?" At this time, a slightly playful voice came from the sky. Then a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was no other person but the previous Azura City Lord. Compared with the previous period of depression, at this time, the Azura City Lord was full of joy. Finally, he was going to get rid of this big trouble. It could be considered as getting rid of a big trouble. This kind of mood was simply unimaginably good. This is the human boy who has been giving you such a headache for so long. He is just a human at the late stage of half-step, celestial realm. How difficult can it be to deal with him? I really don't know whether you are a waste or not. At this time, another rude voice came, but it was a tall, great demon who appeared in front of everyone. Isn't this the city lord of the nearby great demon city? Why, even he is here. At this time, someone recognized the origin of this great demon. He flapped his extremely black wings behind him and looked quite disdainful. This disdain was towards Yi Shiwen, who was only at the late stage of half-step, celestial realm. At the same time, it was also disdain towards the Azura City Lord. Even a kid at the late stage of half-step, celestial realm could force him into a desperate situation. He was too much of a failure. Between the 8 royal demon clans, it could even be said that each of them had a blood feud with each other. In fact, it was not smaller than the feud with the various clans in the ancient Barrens continent. The rise of the 8 royal demon clans was accompanied by a bloody expedition against the other clans. Therefore, how could there not be a blood feud? Although they were still considered united in front of the various clans in the ancient Barrens continent, they still had their own dirty dealings with each other. The Azura City Lord only snorted coldly and did not speak. Firstly, it was indeed embarrassing to be forced to this extent by a human martial artist at the late stage of half-step celestial realm. Secondly, he kept sneering. An ordinary late stage of half-step celestial realm? We'll talk about it after you've suffered from him. Who cares about him? As long as he abides by the agreement and gives us half of the income of this city, this matter will be over. Suddenly, another powerful figure appeared in the void. It was a terrifying expert from the original demon clan. His strength was not inferior to the Azura City Master and the great fiend demon city master in the slightest. Someone recognized this expert. He was also a city lord nearby, but he was the city lord of a city controlled by the original demon clan. Many people were even more shocked. They did not expect that in order to eliminate Yi Shiwen, the Azura City Lord would make such a huge sacrifice. After reaching the 4th level of the celestial realm, no matter if it was the experts of the ancient Barrens continent or the demon domain, they would try their best to suppress a region. It was not because of how noble they were or how free they were. For the experts of the Heaven tier, they were only one step away from the legendary Undying. However, this step would eliminate 99% of the elites. Every minute and every second of their time was precious. So how could they waste it here? The fundamental reason why they were willing to leave a region was for resources and income. If they wanted to improve further, no one could do without all kinds of resources. However, if it wasn't for the geniuses nurtured by the clan, they would not be able to obtain sufficient cultivation resources. Hence, the only way was to choose a region to leave the region. From there, they would be able to take a cut of the income of the city. This was the most fundamental reason why they could continue cultivating and improve further. For any expert who had reached this level, it was an existence akin to their lifeblood. Now, the Azura City Lord actually wanted to give half of the income to the great Demon City Lord and the original Demon City Lord. This was equivalent to reducing his future development. It was enough to show how much he hated Yi Shiwen. In the past year, what kind of trouble did Yi Shiwen cause him that forced him to do this? Don't worry. As long as you can eliminate this human brat, you will definitely get the benefits that I promised you. At this time, the Azura City Lord said while gritting his teeth. The eyes that looked at Yi Shiwen were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, he would not have needed to pay such a huge price. Hence, today he would definitely die. With 3 experts at the 4th level of the celestial realm, With Yi Shiwen's cultivation, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Chapter 14:67. In order to lure Yi Shiwen into the trap, this Azura City lord could be said to have exhausted all the chips he could use. If this continued, he would be dragged down by Yi Shiwen sooner or later. Instead of that, it was better to fight to the death and keep Yi Shiwen here, so they still had hope. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything, just silently put these human slaves in the celestial realm one by one. These were all heroes who had once fought for the human race, and now they had ended up like this. He let out a long sigh. Perhaps he couldn't save everyone, but at least, now that they were right in front of him, he would save those he could save. When these humans were saved by him, there was a slight trace of intelligence in their eyes, and then they returned to a deathly still look. He saved these people one by one, and none of the demon race present came out to stop him. They just stared blankly at this extremely daring human race. Even the 3 celestial realm 4th level demon race city lords in the sky didn't move, just looking at Yi Shiwen with a sneer. When Yi Shiwen rescued the last person, he discovered that it was an old woman. However, Yi Shiwen could see that she wasn't very old, but she was extremely old. Her martial power and blood essence had been sucked dry by someone. Yi Shiwen's hand touched her body, and suddenly a loud bang sounded. That old woman directly exploded on the spot, forming a sky full of blood rain. This was also a former Celestial Realm Master, and she exploded on the spot, especially in front of Yi Shiwen. The power was so great, it was simply unimaginable. A big hole with a radius of 100 meters was blasted out of the ground. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Yi Shiwen could be seen in the center like a bloody man, not moving at all. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he was completely defenseless. Even if he was the tyrant body, he was still injured by the self-detonation of such a heaven realm expert at close range. Blood flowed down, and it was not clear whether it was his or that woman's. His hand still stayed in the air, as if the face of that old woman was still in front of him. Rumble! The entire Tianyuan mirror was filled with a huge explosion, and all the people who had been saved by Yi Shiwen just now exploded. Why isn't he moving? Was he killed by the explosion? I don't think so. He might have been scared silly. Ha 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 ha. Is he stupid? Does he really think he can save her? These human slaves have all been cursed with blood curses since long ago, but their master can detonate them with a single thought. They don't even know this. What an idiot. The devil experts in the surroundings were full of ridicule. It seemed as if they were laughing at Yi Shiwen for overestimating his capabilities. They had exhausted all means in order to prevent these former powerhouses of the human race from escaping. Therefore, those human slaves had already become numb, because their lives were in the hands of others, and they had no control over it at all. These words pierced Yi Shiwen's ears. Ha ha ha, Yi Shiwen, aren't you very angry? Unfortunately, you wanted to be a good person, but you ended up sacrificing their lives in vain. They didn't need to die. I spent a lot of money to buy these human slaves, but now they have all died because of you. The Azura City Lord saw that Yi Shiwen was in a daze and didn't move at all, and immediately burst into laughter. He was extremely carefree. The grievances he had suffered for more than a year could be said to have been resolved in one move. As the saying goes, I don't kill people, but people die because of me. He died because of you. He died because of you. He died because of you. This sentence constantly lingered in Yi Shiwen's mind, as if a sharp sword had pierced through something in an instant. He had never been like this time, as if his faith had been pierced in an instant. I don't kill people, but people die because of me. When he really stood in front of these human slaves, the only thing he could feel was despair. He had no interest in living, and lived in a muddle-headed manner. Unless he died of exhaustion, he couldn't even commit suicide after being cursed by the blood curse. He was like a walking corpse, mining mines for the devil race. 2 lines of turbid tears flowed down a little salty taste. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he felt the taste of tears? After coming to this world, he only had iron and blood left. Things like tears seemed to have gone extinct, but now they flowed down unconsciously. She is smiling, she is smiling. She is really smiling. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth flashed with a trace of a strange smile. He didn't feel the slightest bit of vitality when he was standing in front of that old woman. There was only a heavy, deathly stillness. However, he felt a smile at the moment when she exploded. There was no resentment, only relief. Yes, a kind of relief. Traces of true essence began to revolve around his body, gradually forming a huge cyclone around him. Slowly, it turned into a storm that soared into the sky. The aura on his body was released without reservation, and the terrifying aura belonging to the half-step celestial realm instantly suppressed the audience. The devil race present was suppressed by this terrifying aura, unable to say a word, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Even the great Demon City Lord and the original Demon City Lord, at this time, showed a look of shock on their faces. At this time, they really realized something. The Azura City Lord was forced to this point by Yi Shiwen, and even had to choose to give up half of the benefits in exchange for killing him. It was not without any reason. In front of them, was this really a half-step Celestial Realm warrior? Many people were shocked, especially many Celestial Realm masters. If a half-step Celestial Realm warrior had this kind of strength, then they, the Celestial Realm masters, should just die. Kill, we must kill. At this time, the eyes of the great Demon City Lord and the original Demon City Lord flickered with a strong murderous intent. It was even more intense and terrifying than the Azura City Lord. They had all heard that the reason the Azura City Lord had fallen to such a state was because he had ambushed Yi Shiwen. From this, it could be seen that he was a vengeful person. If they allowed such a person to grow, would there still be room for them to survive in the future? However, before they could make the first move, the endless retribution clouds in the sky began to condense. The oppressive aura made the faces of the surrounding demons change drastically. They were born much stronger than many humans. Some of them were even born in the transcendent realm, and some were even in the law manifestation realm. However, because they were born from the most and evil demonic chi in the world, they were born with the power of heaven's retributions, lightning retribution. If the human race master's retribution was said to be 9 out of 10, then the demon race master's retribution was truly 1 out of 100. Out of 100 people, there might not even be one who could successfully overcome heaven's retribution. Perhaps this was the balance of the world. But no matter what, for any demon race, heaven's retribution was an abnormal nightmare. Every heaven's retribution was a terrifying threat to them. They might be struck to death by the lightning retribution at any time. For them, it was undoubtedly fresh in their memories, especially those demon race masters who had entered the celestial realm. Their faces were even paler. They instantly felt that this was a celestial realm heaven's retribution. Looking at Yi Shiwen in the middle of the retribution clouds, it looked like he was about to undergo retribution. Everyone's first reaction was to escape from where the retribution clouds were. However, it was already too late. They were already locked on by a powerful heavenly might. Damn, we aren't helping this kid to overcome retribution. Many devils cursed out loud. They had simply encountered an undeserved calamity. They were just here to be bystanders and watch that audacious human brat. How the F*CK did they encounter a tribulation? F*CK. This kid is crazy. He pulled us all in. Even if we die, the power of the heaven's retribution will increase by several times. Someone wailed. The heaven's retribution was naturally a double-edged sword. For them, this was a death retribution. However, for Yi Shiwen, wasn't it the same? It was also a situation where there was no chance of survival. But if Yi Shiwen could hear it at this time, he would definitely wail 100 times more than this person. Although he had used the heavens' retribution to kill his enemies before, in all honesty, he really didn't do it on purpose this time. There are hundreds of thousands of demons in the city here. If they were all recognized by the heavens' retribution as helping him to overcome retribution, then his retribution would be terrifying to an unimaginable degree. For him, there was still a glimmer of hope for him to survive the heavens' retribution. However, after such a powerful upgrade, it was completely a situation where there was no chance of survival. So, watch your sister's soy sauce. This time his heaven's retribution was purely condensed, naturally. It wasn't like the previous heaven's retribution that he had deliberately condensed. That sentence had greatly stimulated him. However, it didn't destroy him. It seemed as if it had shattered his faith. He used to think that he was right, but it might not necessarily be right. This made him seriously doubt his own Tao. The higher the cultivation of a person, the more convinced he was that his Tao was invincible. However, at the same time, the more determined a person was, once he doubted his own Tao, the result would be a complete collapse. It was normal for an ordinary person to go against their original beliefs. However, for a warrior, this was a death retribution. Those human slaves had exploded too suddenly. He had been caught off guard. It had suddenly broken through the defense in Yi Shiwen's heart. In addition, the death of a large number of slaves had stimulated his mind. Otherwise, with his firm faith, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to be shaken by such words. And just when his faith was about to collapse, he suddenly felt the kindness of that old woman. She didn't have the slightest bit of resentment because of his death. On the contrary, she only felt relief. This made him wake up in an instant. Death was not necessarily a bad thing. Most importantly, he had directly comprehended the impermanence of the heaven's way through this matter. Only the heart would last forever. His cultivation had soared rapidly. Some of the principles that he hadn't understood before had suddenly been thoroughly comprehended. It was just like the legendary ascending to heaven in a single day. This directly led to the arrival of the heaven's retribution. Moreover, it also conveniently remembered the hundreds of thousands of onlookers of the devil race. At this time, he only wanted to say one sentence in his heart. F***CK. Chapter 1468. Although he was wailing in his heart, there was no change in his expression. That was because he knew that there was nothing for him to worry about. Worrying was useless. He could only fight with all his might for a chance of survival. Moreover, although the heavenly tribulation came suddenly, hadn't he been preparing for this for the past 2 years, or even the past 10 years? It couldn't be said that he hadn't prepared at all. It wasn't that he didn't have any confidence. At this time, the Azure City Lord and the other 2 experts at the 4th level of the Sky Realm were also shocked because they knew very well how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. How terrifying would it be to be involved in the heavenly tribulation? Only an idiot would rush into the heavenly tribulation to kill the person who was going through the tribulation. The best way was to choose after the person had passed the tribulation and then take advantage of the moment when they were at their weakest. That was the best way. As long as one was human, they would know how to choose. However, they were pulled into the tribulation at this time. It could be said that it was an undeserved disaster. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the world. Endless thunder clouds began to gather, and lightning dragons surged within them. That kind of heavenly might was vast and mighty. It went straight to one's heart. No matter what kind of species or what kind of expert, they were all people of the heavens. Under the mighty heavenly might, there was no difference. It was just that the stronger the martial artist would be less afraid. Although martial artists were known to do things that went against the heavens and fought against the heavens, in reality, there were very few who actually dared to go against the heavens. That was because those who dared to go against the heavens were all struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. The so-called going against the heavens was just tormenting within the framework given by the heavens. No matter how heaven-defying it seemed, there was a reason behind it. It was impossible for something that was illogical to appear. towards the heavens, no matter what kind of martial artist it was, they all had great fear. Regardless of whether they were righteous or evil martial artists, they were all the same. It was very normal for them to tremble under the heavenly might. Especially for creatures like the demon race, they were completely restrained by the lightning tribulation. They couldn't be compared to them at all. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts instantly struck down. They were like lightning dragons descending from the sky, as if they wanted to devour everything. Ah! 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 A series of screams rose and fell. Many people did not even have time to react before they were killed by the thunder tribulation, especially those demons at the early stage of the law phase realm. Many of them came to watch the show and were not prepared at all. Moreover, this was a heaven tribulation of the celestial being realm. Its power was unimaginable. In addition, they were restrained by the lightning tribulation. Before they could even react, they were already struck to death. Even those demons at the 7th, 8th, and 9th level of the law phase realm were heavily injured in an instant. Only those martial artists at the half-step heaven realm and above were still struggling. The thunder and lightning were like a rainstorm, instantly engulfing the entire execution ground. Even the entire city was wrapped in it, and the heavenly tribulation became even more terrifying. Countless electric dragons fell from the sky and rushed to bombard Yi Shiwen's body. His body emitted a wisp of green smoke. If an ordinary person had been in his place, he would have already been bombarded to death. Compared to the lightning dragons that Yi Shiwen had to endure, the heavenly tribulations of others simply weren't on the same level. In his body, the bronze-colored tyrant body and the golden divinity were constantly intertwining. These divinities had gradually integrated into his body and completely integrated into one. If it was during normal times, he might still absorb the power of these heavenly tribulations to temper his tyrant body scripture. But at this time he didn't dare to do so. The heavenly tribulation was much more violent than he had imagined. Go, kill him. Otherwise, none of us will live today. Kill him, and the heavenly tribulation will stop. At this time, the Azura city lord shouted while resisting the heavenly tribulation. The other 2 demon clan city lords also reacted. Indeed, this was the heavenly tribulation that Yi Shiwen had triggered. As long as he was killed, the entire heavenly tribulation would disappear. Originally, they weren't too panicked. So what if the heavenly tribulation of celestial realm was launched? After all, it was only used to test half-step celestial realm warriors. They weren't ordinary celestial realm warriors, but experts of the celestial realm middle stage who had already entered the 4th level of celestial realm. There was no need to be afraid at all. Even if they were targeted by the heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't until now that they realized how wrong they were. They were too naive at that time. Yi Shiwen's heaven's retribution was simply going to destroy the world. Moreover, this was just the prelude of the beginning. But at this time there was no way out. They could only bite the bullet and kill Yi Shiwen to have a way out. Otherwise, they might be drowned by the heavenly tribulation. At that time, they might really be wiped out. Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. He directly rushed into the sea of lightning. No, it should be said that his body had formed a sea of lightning. The entire heavenly tribulation was centered around him. Crash! In the entire world, there was only the torrential rain of lightning and the continuous screams. These devils thought that the previous scene was terrifying enough, but they soon found that they were wrong, and they were very wrong. For them, even a few of these lightning bolts were already very powerful heavenly tribulations. It was simply unimaginable for them to turn into a torrential rain like this. But this torrential rain of lightning did not stop. On the contrary, those lightning dragons began to grow larger. If those lightning dragons were only as thick as a water snake at the beginning, then these lightning dragons were really as thick as a water tank now. If one of them came down, even a mountain peak would be completely smashed into pieces. And this was nothing compared to the pressure that Yi Shiwen had endured in the middle. With Yi Shiwen as the center, The lightning dragons that fell were 10 times more than what they had endured. The lightning dragons were like a small river, smashing down fiercely. Bang! Yi Shiwen was directly hit by a lightning dragon, and his head was badly mutilated. His whole body was blasted to the ground, and it could be said that he fell head first into the ground. Not far away, Azura City Lord and the other 2 devils originally wanted to take advantage of the heavenly tribulation to kill Yi Shiwen, but now they didn't even dare to think about it. If they wanted to kill Yi Shiwen, they would first have to endure the bombardment of the lightning dragons. They didn't care about the lightning dragons that the other devils had to endure, but they couldn't ignore the lightning dragons that Yi Shiwen had to endure, especially that Azura City Lord. He had fought with Yi Shiwen many times, so he was very clear about how terrifying Yi Shiwen's body was. Azura City Lord was famous for their tyrannical body, but he was so many realms higher than Yi Shiwen, yet he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of body. This was enough to show how terrifying Yi Shiwen's body was. But now, even Yi Shiwen's skin and flesh were torn by a lightning dragon, and his body was covered in green smoke. This heavenly tribulation was so terrifying that he almost trembled with fear at a glance. The heavenly tribulation on his side couldn't compare to what Yi Shiwen had endured, but it was still several times stronger than what ordinary devils had to endure. Even as experts at the 4th level of the celestial realm, they had to face it with all their strength, or they might be directly killed. Therefore, although they wanted to kill Yi Shiwen immediately, especially the Azura City Lord, there were screams all around. After such a long time, those demons below the Law Manifestation Realm were all dead. Even among the Law Manifestation Realm demons, there were only a few extremely tyrannical experts left. Many of the half-step Celestial Realm experts were also injured, and many of the Celestial Realm experts were gritting their teeth and holding on. And these were the essence of their city, and it was precisely by ruling these people that he had the income to support himself. But if even these people died, then wouldn't he become a commander without an army? It could be said that it was a serious injury to the Foundation, but even so he could only endure it. There was no other way. He had to endure until Yi Shiwen's heavenly tribulation was over. That was the best opportunity to kill him. Before that, he must protect himself and not be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Yi Shiwen plummeted into the ground, but his body was so powerful that it was like a cannonball. He directly fell down, and the entire ground cracked open. Countless lightning dragons also fell in the water of the moat next to him. This moat, which had been calm for countless years, was evaporated by the lightning at this time. Everything was like the end of the world. God was destroying the world, especially those devils in the heavenly tribulation who were screaming incessantly. It was really an unexpected disaster. At the same time when Yi Shiwen crashed into the ground, more than a dozen lightning dragons directly struck his body. Boom! 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 Small mushroom clouds rose from his body. One could imagine how powerful this power was. It was really too terrifying. Yi Shiwen's skin and flesh were torn open, and his bones and flesh were scattered. Almost his entire body was destroyed. More heavenly tribulation directly bombarded from the sky, wanting to kill Yi Shiwen. Even the glimmer of life that he had in the past was almost gone. The celestial being realm was different from all the previous realms. This was a realm that could integrate with the heavenly law. It could be said that it had reached the peak state that mortals could reach. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation was fundamentally different from the past. Moreover, it was directly affected by these devils, and directly became several times more tyrannical. There was no chance of survival at all. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding resounded, and the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron automatically rose from Yi Shiwen's body to protect him. But even so, the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron trembled under the bombardment, as if it was withstanding the dreadful attack of a peerless master. Then, even more lightning dragons that resembled a small river chased after them. Chapter 1469. They didn't give Yi Shiwen any chance to breathe. Boom! 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 Dozens of thunder dragons slammed on the 8-treasure universe cauldron on the spot. This was almost equivalent to dozens of top masters slamming on the 8-treasure universe cauldron in an instant. The laws hanging down from the 8-treasure universe cauldron collapsed in an instant, and the 8-treasure universe cauldron was blasted away in an instant. This was an unprecedented situation. The 8-treasure universe cauldron was mastered by Yi Shiwen, and he had the complete sacrificial refining technique of the 8-treasure universe cauldron. As time passed, the 8-treasure universe cauldron was more and more controlled by him. Even the power of a celestial realm master could be easily blocked. Now, it was directly blasted away from Yi Shiwen's body. This showed the terrible power of these thunder dragons. However, although the 8-treasure universe cauldron was blasted away, it also gave Yi Shiwen some time. Although this time might be too short for others, for Yi Shiwen, this time was enough for him to recover from the injuries in his body. He stood up again. At this time there were still bloodstains on his body, but the injuries on his body had almost recovered. The original place where the skin and flesh were torn had now grown pink tender flesh. Although it was not the same as the muscles in other parts of the body, it only took such a short time to recover to such an extent. This phoenix regeneration technique was really shocking enough. Azura City, Lord, and the others, who weren't far from them, were dumbstruck. They had been secretly delighted because it was finally over. Yi Shiwen would soon be struck to death by the heavens. They hadn't expected that the target they had been scheming to deal with would die in such a manner. But what they didn't expect was that Yi Shiwen had actually recovered in such a short time. It was simply shocking. The Azura City Lord was in disbelief. The corner of his mouth was trembling as if he had seen the most incredible scene. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down and directly blasted on his body, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground like Yi Shiwen. He quickly stabilized his body. If he was blasted to the ground, it could be said that he didn't even need to think about it to know what would happen if he was blasted to the ground. There was no possibility of survival. He was not as abnormal as Yi Shiwen. Even the Azura City Lord, who was known for his powerful physical body, was in such a state, let alone the great Devil City Lord and the original Devil City Lord. They couldn't imagine that a person's physical body could reach such a level. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate at this time. He directly launched a punch towards the thunder dragon that was attacking him from all over the sky. The surging golden fist force tore through the sky, shattering the void and colliding with the golden lightning. Boom! A series of terrifying explosions rang out in the void. Dazzling light covered the entire void. The dazzling light covered everything, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. However, Yi Shiwen felt an incomparably terrifying power falling down on him. Although it had blasted away those lightning bolts, the power still fell on his body. Kara! A large part of Yi Shiwen's body suddenly fractured, completely broken, and then his body was directly blasted out, directly smashing to death several demon experts who were half a step into the celestial being realm who did not have time to dodge. One could imagine how terrifying this power was. Puff! Yi Shiwen still couldn't hold back his tumbling chi and blood, and directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. He quickly mobilized the Phoenix regeneration technique in his body to repair the injuries on his body. Fortunately, although the injuries were serious, they could only be regarded as superficial injuries. There were no deeper internal injuries. However, even if there were internal injuries, he didn't have time to care. At this time, he could only persist and hold on. If he couldn't even hold on, he couldn't advance to the celestial being realm. Walala! Dozens of thunder dragons swooped down from the sky. They were even more terrifying than the previous ones. They didn't give Yi Shiwen any time to rest. At this time, Yi Shiwen stretched out his hand, and the 8-treasure universe cauldron that was blasted to the side directly rose up. Boom! 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 As expected, the 8-treasure universe cauldron was blasted out again, and the hanging light curtain was almost completely destroyed in an instant. Then, the remaining thunder dragons blasted into the 8-treasure universe cauldron. Buzz! The 8-treasure universe cauldron kept buzzing as if it was in great pain. Even if it was a top-level heaven-grade instrument, it was still a great burden to be bombarded by these heavens' retribution continuously. If it continued, it might even break. A top-level heaven-grade instrument was not omnipotent. In the end, Yi Shiwen's strength was not enough to truly exert the peak strength of a heaven-grade instrument. He was only a half-step celestial being realm, and it was very difficult to rely on his own strength to forcibly hold on. But at this time, Yi Shiwen couldn't care so much. Even if the 8-treasure universe cauldron was completely destroyed by the heavens' retribution, it was better than dying tragically under the heavens' retribution. With this buffer time, Yi Shiwen once again recovered to the extent of 70 to 80%. Boom! Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the surging fist power turned into a long dragon, shattering the vast sky, and launched an attack against the heavens' retribution. The sky full of thunder dragons had already encountered Yi Shiwen's surging fist power before they fell. Boom! Yi Shiwen was blasted away almost without any accident, and it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. And not far away, the Azure City Lord and the other 2 were even more dumbfounded. He dared to attack the heavens' retribution, and he was also a ruthless person. At this time, they had already faintly regretted in their hearts. Why did they provoke such a guy? He was simply abnormal and not human. Such a ruthless person, such a heavens' retribution, in itself indicated that this was an extraordinary and terrifying expert. But there was no other way. They had already provoked him, so there was only one way, and that was to go all out and kill Yi Shiwen. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen didn't know how many times he had persisted. Time had no meaning for him. It could be said that he had entered the peak state. Behind him, the enlightening mind ancient tree had transformed into 7 colored rays of light which fell into his mind. It was protecting his spirit platform so that it wouldn't be blasted by the thunder and lightning. This was not superfluous because the lightning in the heavens' retribution did not only affect the physical body, but also the mind. Many people could not bear such a continuous bombardment of the divine sense, and in the end, their entire mind collapsed and they were annihilated in the heavens' retribution. But with the protection of the 7-colored light, Yi Shiwen did not need to worry about this. But every time he was blasted away like this and stood up again, he was almost a little numb. Although it was only the most ordinary heavens' retribution at the beginning, it was already far more dangerous than the previous law phase realm heavens' retribution by more than 100 times. Finally, after a long time, the entire world suddenly became clear, and the originally unceasing falling lightning storm finally stopped. The reality was silent, and then there was a cheer. The remaining demons were all cheering, as if they had survived the end of the world. That kind of feeling of narrowly escaping death. They might not forget it in this life. Looking at the radius of hundreds of miles, it had been completely turned into ruins. The mountains were flattened, and the city had also turned into powder, drifting away with the wind. Although this city had the existence of the formation to protect the city, it was useless. Under the terrifying power of the heavens' retribution, it was directly turned into nothingness, and there was no effect at all. Everywhere was a scene after the end of the world. And at this time, the original hundreds of thousands of demons, at this time only a scale of less than 1,000 people, all of whom were experts above the half-step celestial realm. As for the demons below the half-step celestial realm, they had all been annihilated in the heavens' retribution. Is it finally over? I survived. I actually survived. This is all because of that human boy, "Kill him! We must kill him!" After realizing that they had actually survived, many demons began to boil, and they wanted to settle accounts with Yi Shiwen. Hundreds of thousands of demons were enough to form an expedition army, but all of them were annihilated in the heavens' retribution. At this time, all the demons turned their eyes to Yi Shiwen in the center of the field and saw that he was sitting cross-legged in the sky. His body was extremely miserable. His skin and flesh were torn, and blood was flowing. There was not a piece of good flesh on his body, and some of his bones were even dislocated because of the huge impact of the heavens' retribution. They could see the white bones protruding, looking very terrifying. There was simply no human shape. Even if they were demons, they had always been very cruel and tyrannical, but when seeing the scene, there was still a kind of cold feeling from the bottom of their hearts. What was more frightening was that, looking at Yi Shiwen's expression, he was extremely calm, as if there was not the slightest change in his expression, as if the person suffering such pain was not him. Like the legendary Buddha who cut his flesh to feed the eagle, that degree of endurance for them was simply abnormal. The most ruthless person was not how ruthless they were to others, but to be able to be ruthless to themselves. Many people could be extremely cruel to others, but when it was themselves, they often could not bear the slightest bit of pain. So when they saw Yi Shiwen's appearance, even if they were demons who were used to seeing all kinds of cruel things in daily life, at this time they still shuddered. At this moment, the Azura City Master opened his mouth. The heavens' retribution is not over yet. The great Demon City Lord and the original Demon City Lord beside him nodded slowly and solemnly at this time. Chapter 1470. Heaven's retribution is not over yet. At this time, those devils who wanted to settle accounts with Yi Shiwen finally reacted. Looking at the sky, the clouds in the sky did not disperse. On the contrary, they became denser and denser. A strong heaven's retribution crushed down, falling into everyone's heart, making people have an impulse to kneel down. This was the heaven's retribution that made them incomparably terrifying, the God that ruled all things in the world. Taking advantage of this gap, the injuries on Yi Shiwen's body were almost healed. Clatter! In an instant, the sky began to crazily sweep up the lightning rain. At that moment, the lightning raining down from the sky was no longer an ordinary rain of lightning. Instead, it was 18 types of weapons. Every single one of the weapons contained unimaginable laws. Countless laws were condensed on the surface of the weapons. Every single one of the weapons could kill off a half-step sky human stage expert. If a sky human stage expert was not careful, they would die a horrible death. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the remaining devils screamed again. Those half-step celestial realm devils had already been injured in the previous disaster, and these weapons' thunder retribution were much more terrifying than before. In an instant, many half-step celestial realm devils who were not careful had been bombarded to death. Even many celestial realm devils were seriously injured in an instant when they were not careful. Bang! A lightning axe smashed down on Yi Shiwen's head, almost smashing open a huge hole in his skull, and blood splashed out. Roar! Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, condensing endless sword intent in his hand, and rose to the sky on the spot, instantly slashing down the long sword towards the sky that was falling down from the sky. Boom! It was another terrifying collision. The shock waves rippled out, and countless energy swept out in all directions, crushing the vast sky. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again, spitting out a mouthful of blood directly. On the other side, the devil experts weren't so lucky. Although the lightning tribulation they faced was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's, they appeared to be quite embarrassed at this time. Although each of these lightning weapons wasn't particularly powerful, but when so many of them fell down like raindrops, it was truly terrifying. At this time, they had no choice but to take out their heaven-rank celestial tools and place them on top of their heads. Innate invincibility. They dissolved all the attacks into nothingness. Their heaven-rank celestial tools were also very tyrannical. Although they couldn't compare with the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron, they could still block these lightning weapons. Therefore, although they were in a somewhat sorry state, they were not in any danger. At this time, the more embarrassed they were, the more they hated Yi Shiwen. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. Of course, they wouldn't have thought that if it weren't for their scheme to deal with Yi Shiwen, they wouldn't have been in such a situation. Of course, even so, they had to focus on dealing with it. Otherwise, they would still be struck to death. At this time, many devils of the half-step celestial realm had been struck to death one by one. Yi Shiwen went all out to resist the lightning weapons falling from the sky. For those devils, he didn't care at all. If they wanted to deal with him, fine, but they had to have the guts to come. He himself was very clear about how terrifying the heavens' retribution he had endured was. Those devils would definitely be killed, one by one. There would be no exception. Yi Shiwen had an easier time dealing with these weapons of thunder retribution, because when these weapons of thunder retribution fell, they didn't directly fall down, but each transformed into a martial arts trajectory, as if there was a martial arts master behind them controlling them. This way of winning was in line with Yi Shiwen's path. His understanding of martial arts had also reached an extremely profound level, so it was impossible for him to be defeated in this way. Just like the heavens' retribution just now, although there was no trace of martial arts, it was a force that could defeat 10. Without saying much, it directly blasted you to death with brute force. There was no other superfluous words to be said. So Yi Shiwen had no way to take advantage of it. He could only fight it head-on, and no matter how strong his physical body was, in the face of the heavens' retribution that had been strengthened several times, it was impossible for him to withstand. However, the power of these lightning weapons was not inferior to the previous heavens' retribution. More importantly, these lightning weapons were several times denser than before. Therefore, after the initial sparse lightning weapons, suddenly denser lightning weapons directly blasted Yi Shiwen out. After being bombarded by these lightning weapons, a large piece of Yi Shiwen's flesh and blood was taken away. Even his bones were broken on the spot. It seemed to be extremely difficult. Moreover, these lightning weapons were continuous. There was no gap in the slightest. Soon, Yi Shiwen found that even if he was supporting the 8-treasure universe cauldron, the qi in his body was not enough. It was decreasing little by little. Even if he wanted to use the Phoenix regeneration technique, he would need a lot of qi. The consequences of a large reduction of qi were extremely serious. At first, Yi Shiwen could still recover quickly, but later on, the speed of recovery was getting slower and slower, and the frequency of him being blasted out was getting faster and faster. If this continued, the possibility of him being directly blasted to death was skyrocketing. Kill. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. A loud shout shook the world, and a terrifying coercion swept out in an instant, making many devil race masters who were still struggling to resist the heavens' retribution a little dumbfounded at this time, looking at the lightning man in the sky, wearing iron clothes and holding a long halberd. What kind of heaven's retribution was this? They had never seen such a terrifying heaven's retribution. What kind of heinous things did this person do? Did God want to destroy his life? Their heaven's retribution, even if it was dozens of times stronger, was not even half of such a heaven's retribution. What kind of evildoer was this? How could he have such a terrifying heaven's retribution? Even the faces of the 3 devil race city lords changed at this time. This lightning man could actually give them a strong sense of crisis. How terrifying was this? Was this just a celestial realm level heaven's retribution? How could it be so terrifying? However, the good thing was that they could feel that this lightning man wasn't specifically targeting them. They even had a gratified smile on their faces. Yi Shiwen was finally going to die. He had to face those weapons of thunder retribution on one hand, and this terrifying lightning man on the other. It was impossible for him to survive. That lightning man took a step forward, as if he had crossed the distance of the sky, instantly crossing through, and rushed in front of Yishuin in an instant. This kind of movement technique was simply extremely fast. Although many weapons of heaven's retribution also hit his body, but he was originally from the same source as these weapons of heaven's retribution. He could even absorb the power of these weapons of heaven's retribution, making himself more tyrannical. Boom! He finally made a move. The long halberd in his hand was like an azure dragon, breaking through the vast sky, tearing a sharp roar, and directly rushing towards Yishuin's face. The 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron above Yishuin's head bloomed with endless light, blocking the weapons of heaven's retribution falling from the sky, and he waved the long sword condensed from the sword intention in his hand, smashing the void and instantly chopping down in front of him. Although he didn't know the origin of this lightning man, his movement technique was very amazing, but Yishuin's movement technique was several times faster than his. His demon wings were like a fish in the water in the devil domain, and he didn't even need to use divinity to disguise himself. A pair of pitch-black wings instantly spread out behind him, and spread out like the clouds in the sky, blotting out the sun. But his speed wasn't slowed down in the slightest. On the contrary, it became even faster. Boom! The long halberd and Yishuin's long sword fiercely collided, and a loud sound like the Big Bang of the century swept out with a loud rumble. That huge energy transformed astral wind directly hit Yishuin's body, and his body was blasted away like a kite with a broken string. That lightning man only took a slight step back, but Yishuin was blasted away like a cannonball. Yishuin consecutively somersaulted hundreds of times in the sky and directly trampled the vast sky. Only then did his figure stop. His face was red and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His arm had already lost feeling. His bones were fractured, and his flesh had collapsed. The power of this lightning man's attack was really powerful and terrifying. Boom! A loud sound broke through the air, and that lightning man once again blasted in front of Yishuin. His eyes were cold, and without the slightest expression, the long halberd in his hand directly pierced the vast sky and pierced Yishuin's body. Boom! Yishuin's body fiercely hit the ground and directly smashed a big hole in the ground, cracking it open. His whole body was nailed to the ground, and the whole scene looked incomparably terrifying. Shwa! Suddenly, the lightning man tore the vast sky and once again arrived in front of Yishuin. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist and fiercely punched towards Yishuin. Like a tidal wave, the fist fiercely blasted down and surged up to the sky. Yishuin reluctantly raised his other hand to block this punch. Boom! The ground under his body, which had already become a big hole, once again shattered, and the terrible strength directly tore open an abyss and sank hundreds of meters deep because of Yishuin's body. Crack! Amidst this earth-shattering sound of the collapse, a crisp sound of bone fracture was heard, and his other arm was completely broken and completely lost feeling. His body seemed to be torn apart, especially his 2 arms, which were completely broken. Am I going to die here? Yishuin roared. He faced the lightning man who was about to attack him once again. However, he suddenly felt a burst of power beginning to emerge from his body. Chapter 1471. Am I going to die here? Yishuin roared. He faced the lightning man who was about to attack him once again. However, he suddenly felt a burst of power beginning to emerge from his body. Just when he felt that his body had completely collapsed and was at an unprecedented low, a powerful force rose from his body. It was a force that rose from the deepest part of his body, a force that boiled from every cell in his body. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. Borrowing this huge force, he leaped up like a fish and stomped on the ground. In an instant, he retreated continuously, dodging the fatal strikes of the lightning man. Boom! The lightning man's fist blasted into the ground. In an instant, countless forces rampaged, and the entire ground cracked crazily. Then, in an instant, the ground within a radius of a few miles completely collapsed into powder hundreds of meters high. The power of this lightning man's fist was terrifying. Yi Shiwen was shocked while retreating. However, his divine thoughts were sweeping through his body. He finally found the source of this inexplicable force. It was none other than his tyrant body of the 9th level. His tyrant body had entered the 9th level a long time ago, but he had been unable to break through the 10th level and truly reach the stage of perfection. According to Yi Shiwen's deduction, the 10th level of tyrant body was a completely different stage from the 9th level. At the 10th level, the tyrant body was considered to be completely cultivated and was close to perfection. It was even comparable to many supreme races and could compete with the kings among them. As long as Yi Shiwen's combat power was sufficient, he could compete with them. The 10th level of tyrant body was also one of the strongest physiques. Even if his bloodline could be inherited, the tyrant body would also become one of the new royal physiques of mankind. That was the innate tyrant body, not the acquired tyrant body like Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had been unable to break through the 10th level of tyrant body. No matter how many times he felt the barrier of the 10th level, no matter how many times he cultivated, it was useless. He just could not break through the 10th level of tyrant body. Now, there were signs of a breakthrough. Yi Shiwen finally understood why he had been unable to break through the 10th level of tyrant body. It was because the true mystery of the 10th level of tyrant body lay in breaking and establishing. So no matter how hard he tried before, the effect was very limited. But now, after being forced into a dead end by the Lightning Man, he finally reached the first prerequisite of breaking and establishing breaking. Then it was time to stand back. As long as he could complete this process, he would be able to reach the 10th layer of tyrant body. His Phoenix regeneration technique was constantly running and healing his injuries. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to complete the establishment process. Unfortunately, the Lightning Man did not give him this opportunity at all. In an instant, he had once again rushed in front of him. He didn't even have the chance to catch his breath before he charged forward again. Boom! The terrifying fist force smashed out fiercely, causing the entire world to tremble faintly. The fist force swept up a powerful storm and directly blasted over. Yi Shiwen's hands were already broken, and he didn't even have the ability to react. The Lightning Man's fist had already bombarded his body. Bang! His body was like a cannonball, tearing through the sky with a loud and sharp whistling sound. He was directly blasted away and slammed into the ground, causing another part of the ground to completely collapse. The originally flat ground had already been filled with terrifying potholes under the impact of the heavenly tribulation and Yi Shiwen. Destruction and construction. Destruction and construction. Time. Time. Yi Shiwen roared and kept roaring. Time, he needed time. If this continued, he wouldn't have enough time to break through to the 10th layer. He would be bombarded to death by the Lightning Man. The chi in his body had almost been exhausted. Even if the Phoenix regeneration technique could burn his vitality, there was no other way at this time. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. 9 revolutions, Tai Xian golden pill. He suddenly remembered the medicinal pill given by the patriarch. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed the 9 revolutions, Tai Xian golden pill from Tianyuan mirror with his divine thoughts and directly put it into his mouth. Boom! The moment this 9 revolutions, Tai Xian golden pill entered Yi Shiwen's mouth, it immediately turned into a boundless torrent of energy. It directly blasted into Yi Shiwen's body and spread to every cell in Yi Shiwen's body. At this moment, the Phoenix regeneration technique was like a car that had run out of gas, suddenly filled with gas. In an instant, it ran wildly. The serious injuries on his body began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sternum that had been completely smashed in his chest also slowly recovered at this time. It didn't look so scary anymore. Whoosh! There was another sharp, piercing sound. The lightning man had once again chased in front of Yi Shiwen. But at this time, with the supplement of the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, Yi Shiwen had already operated the Phoenix regeneration technique and recovered a considerable part of his strength. Schwa! The 2 huge wings behind him began to flap, and his figure directly turned into a black light. In an instant, he had already appeared hundreds of meters away. But this lightning man was not slow at all. He took a step forward, and his footwork was extremely marvelous. He actually caught up with Yi Shiwen for a moment. The 2 of them chased each other in the sky. Yi Shiwen's devil wings were fully spread, and he could travel hundreds of miles in an instant. But he did not dare to escape the range of heaven's retribution. Firstly, it was useless. The range of heaven's retribution was following him. He could not escape it even if he escaped. Secondly, the devil experts in this area were trapped in heaven's retribution. They could use the power of heaven's retribution to trap or even kill them. But if he ran around casually, it would definitely attract more devil experts' attention. At that time, if an expert above the 7th level of celestial being realm appeared, even if he had the protection of heaven's retribution, it would be useless. The other party would definitely have the courage and ability to kill him. So although he fled frantically, he only moved within the range of heaven's retribution. This made many devil experts depressed to death. If Yi Shiwen left, then they could also take the opportunity to escape from the range of heaven's retribution. But who knew? Yi Shiwen did not leave at all. It was really depressing. After such a long baptism of weapon thunder retribution, those devil experts who were half a step into the celestial being realm had also been completely wiped out. Even those celestial being realm experts were already dying and could not hold on for too long. Only 100 or so people were left. But every once in a while, there would be screams coming. There were celestial being realm devil experts who were destroyed under heaven's retribution. It came one after another, and there was almost no time to stop. Even the 3 Devil City lords were exhausted at this time. It was unknown how many demonic tools were destroyed in heaven's retribution. It could be said that they suffered heavy losses. They were also struck by the weapon thunder retribution from time to time. It could be said that they suffered heavy losses. At this time, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves. How could they have the mind to find trouble with Yi Shiwen? As for the surprise attack after Yi Shiwen's retribution, that would also wait until after heaven's retribution was over. For them, heaven's retribution was almost endless, and there was no end to it at all. As time passed, Yi Shiwen's injuries were almost healed. His exhausted real elemental energy was also completely replenished because of the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir. Even if Yi Shiwen consumed a little, he could immediately replenish a little. Moreover, the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir itself had healing functions. Yi Shiwen finally understood why it was said that with the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir, the chances of passing heaven's retribution would increase by more than 50%. If there was originally a 50% chance, then there was almost a 100% chance. At this time, he was a little regretful. If he had swallowed the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir at the beginning, then he would not have to fight so hard. He waited until his injuries were almost healed. Then he turned around, and his sword soared into the sky and chopped down towards that lightning man. Boom! Another terrifying explosion resounded, and the lightning man retreated a step. However, Yi Shiwen didn't get blasted away like before. He only retreated 7 steps, and then his figure stopped. This was also a great progress for him. Although his tyrant body was still in the stage of being reborn after being destroyed, it had not completely transformed into the 10th level of tyrant body scripture. However, compared to a moment ago, there was already a huge change. At this time, the devil experts also noticed the changes in Yi Shiwen. In the beginning, when Yi Shiwen faced the lightning man, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. He was blown away almost every time, and each time was extremely thrilling. He was almost killed directly, but now he only took 7 steps back. This was undoubtedly an extremely shocking result for them. He is simply not human. If he continues to grow like this, who can stop him? Oh my God, the heavens are blind. How did such a scourge grow up? Many devil experts were howling in grief. They saw that Yi Shiwen was getting stronger and stronger. They couldn't help but howl in grief. They could only survive if Yi Shiwen died. If Yi Shiwen didn't die, then they would certainly die. In such a short period of time, half of those celestial realm devil experts had been hacked to death, leaving less than half. The rest were also experts of celestial realm's second and third celestial realm. As long as Yi Shiwen persisted for a while, then they would probably die first. Yi Shiwen could feel the power in his body increasing every minute and second. His tyrant body was slowly pushing towards the 10th level. There was a hint of joy on his face. Suddenly, he roared and rushed towards the lightning man again. Chapter 1472. For Yi Shiwen, even if his strength was inferior, he still dared to rush in. Not to mention now that he was constantly completing the process of destruction and establishment. In fact, the gap between the two sides was not as big as before. On the contrary, it was even smaller. How could he not dare to rush in? For him, this was a kind of training. As long as it was training, he had nothing to be afraid of. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure tore through the void. His physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Many celestial realm cultivators' physical bodies simply could not withstand a single blow from him. He could even tear the void while running without the slightest chi. It could be seen how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. His physical body had already become strong to a certain extent. As the saying goes, strength proves the way. He now had a little bit of this trend. Boom! The energy formed a huge shock wave, sweeping away. Yi Shiwen and the Lightning Man fought against each other. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again, only stopping after retreating 7 steps. There was a burst of chi and blood in his body, almost gushing out. The power of this Lightning Man was absolutely tyrannical and terrifying. Again. Now, Yi Shiwen only felt that every cell in his body was spewing out energy and undergoing a perfect transformation. Once he had any injury, he would immediately use Phoenix regeneration technique to repair it. He was not afraid of such a battle at all. Coupled with the endless energy provided by the 9 revolutions Taishian Golden Pill, Yi Shiwen could fight with the Lightning Man unscrupulously. Yi Shiwen rushed out again. The long sword pierced the sky, and the cold light shone under the sky. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen and this Lightning Man were constantly colliding. Every collision would cause the entire world to shake violently, just like an earthquake. The sky would collapse and the earth would sink. Yi Shiwen's physical body was invincible. This Lightning Man's physical body was also condensed from countless heavenly laws. It was also incomparably hard. The collision between the two sides could definitely be described as a tit against an all. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid of death, but the Lightning Man didn't know what death was. He was purely condensed from the principles of the Great Way. So, death was nothing to him. 6 steps. Yi Shiwen was knocked out by the Lightning Man once again. However, he didn't retreat for 7 steps. Instead, he retreated for 6 steps. It was only 1 step, but it represented his progress for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen became even more excited upon seeing the prey. So, he once again pounced towards that Lightning Man to kill. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's strength would increase with every collision, and his tyrant body had also begun to gradually reveal its might. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. There was no movement at all. Yi Shiwen was growing at an astonishing speed in the eyes of those devils. It should be said that his tyrant body was advancing to the 10th layer at an astonishing speed. Those devils had already been killed or injured by this time. Only the 3 city lords of the devil race were still struggling to support themselves. Yi Shiwen hadn't killed the lightning man for a while. However, he hadn't been defeated for a while either. Therefore, the time for crossing the heavenly tribulation had been greatly delayed. These devils were finally unable to resist this terrifying heavenly tribulation and had perished one after another. Originally, Yi Shiwen's tribulation was already terrifying enough, not to mention that there were hundreds of thousands of devils causing the tribulation power to be upgraded. Even if they had also entered the celestial realm, it was not easy for them to persist until now. The 3 city lords were able to persist because they had entered the celestial realm intermediate stage. But even so, they were already very embarrassed. Many of their body protection instruments had collapsed. With only their own physical strength, they did not dare to take the tribulation head-on like Yi Shiwen. Originally, Yi Shiwen did not dare to take the tribulation head-on against these weapons. He could only rely on the 8 treasures universe, cauldron, to forcibly take it. But now, as his tyrant body was becoming more and more tyrannical, he gradually did not need the 8 treasures universe, cauldron on top of his head. His physical body alone was enough to resist these weapons of tribulation. These weapons of tribulation could no longer cause fatal damage to him. Gradually, Yi Shiwen and this lightning man were attacking and defending each other, and they were not at a disadvantage. Come again. Yi Shiwen's fighting spirit was surging, and he fought with this lightning man. Boom! Yi Shiwen's sword slashed this lightning man a few steps back. A powerful sword aura soared into the sky, crushing in all directions. Yi Shiwen raised his head and let out a long roar. He could feel that a powerful force was boiling in his body. Little by little, it was finally reaching the apex. Boom! Suddenly, the momentum of Yi Shiwen's body swept up crazily. The golden divinity surged like a wave. His whole person looked like a god. A powerful force was boiling in his body. The tyrant body of the 10th level. This was the tyrant body of the 10th level. Yi Shiwen could feel that his strength had changed dramatically compared to before. Now, even if he were to fight with a master of the 4th level of the celestial realm, he was confident that he could defeat them. Moreover, this was under the condition that he had not yet stepped into the 1st level of the celestial realm. When he stepped into the 1st level of the celestial realm, he was absolutely confident that he would be invincible in this realm. His cold eyes were also stained with some gold. He looked at that lightning man and finally moved. Rip! His body directly tore the void, shuttling in the chaos, and in an instant he had already arrived in front of that lightning man. This was a method that only a master of the celestial realm could use, because tearing the void would cause a backlash from the law of heaven. Only a master of the celestial realm could integrate into the void to offset this backlash. But Yi Shiwen was not like this. He relied on the terrifying strength of the tyrant body of the 10th level to forcibly withstand this backlash. The several demon city lords in the distance were really dumbfounded. If they were not locked by the heaven's retribution and could not leave before the heaven's retribution ended, they would have already turned around and fled at this time. This was simply a monster. Was he still human? How could he let them live? Boom! Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the golden fist bloomed with endless golden light as he punched over. Boom! The lightning man simply had no time to react and was punched by Yi Shiwen on the spot. After advancing to the 10th level, Yi Shiwen's speed had also undergone a tremendous change. The lightning man who could originally keep up with Yi Shiwen was now completely unable to keep up with Yi Shiwen. He didn't even have time to react before he was punched by Yi Shiwen. Even because the speed was too fast, this lightning man did not even fly out. Instead, his entire chest was punched by Yi Shiwen, and there was a huge crack, directly forming a black hole. If it was a normal creature, this degree of injury would be enough to seriously injure it, even if it did not kill it immediately. But for the lightning man who was originally lifeless, this was nothing. Almost immediately, almost without any hesitation, the long halberd in his hand thrusted toward Yi Shiwen on the spot. Whoosh! There was an ear-piercing sound, and the long halberd attacked like a long dragon. However, Yi Shiwen's reaction was faster, and he directly grabbed the long halberd with one hand. Boom! There was a loud sound of gold and iron colliding. That long halberd was actually caught by Yi Shiwen's hand. The long halberd slashed in his hand, and it directly caused bursts of sparks to splatter in all directions. His long halberd was now unable to cause any fundamental damage to Yi Shiwen, who had already stepped into the 10th level of Tyrant Body. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and directly lifted the Lightning Man with one hand. Then, he suddenly fiercely threw the Lightning Man out. Boom! The Lightning Man was directly thrown into the ground, and the terrifying force directly smashed a huge crack in the ground. Then a golden flash cut through the sky, and the long halberd in Yi Shiwen's hand was also instantly thrown by Yi Shiwen. It directly cut through the sky, and directly nailed the Lightning Man who was trying to struggle to get up to the ground again. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the terrifying force that Yi Shiwen threw directly smashed the entire ground for hundreds of meters. Pah! The Lightning Man was not afraid of death at all. He directly grabbed the long halberd that was nailed to his body with one hand, and wanted to get up to fight back. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? He tore a huge afterimage in the sky, and arrived in front of that Lightning Man in an instant. Then he stretched out his big hand, and pressed it towards that Lightning Man's head. Boom! The Lightning Man's head was directly crushed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Countless lightning energy was absorbed by Yi Shiwen on the spot, and it made a lot of progress in the 10th level of Tyrant Body. Then, Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. He directly stomped on the other parts of the Lightning Man, and all the energy was absorbed into his body. The momentum in his body was constantly rising, and the 10th level of Tyrant Body was completely stabilized by this force. As the Lightning Man was crushed, the tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. At this time, Yi Shiwen did something that almost scared the 3 demon race city lords to death. His figure directly flew into the air, and then turned into a big hand, directly grabbing towards the tribulation clouds on the spot. Boom! The entire tribulation clouds were directly crushed by him, and turned into an endless torrent of energy that was absorbed into his body. His momentum once again skyrocketed. Is he human? How dare he provoke the heavens like this? Although the will of the heavens was also retracted after the end of the heavens' retribution, and the remaining was purely the energy of the heavens' retribution, they had never heard of anyone who dared to do so and could do so. But now they heard it from Yi Shiwen. How could they not be shocked? It was as if they had seen a ghost. As the tribulation clouds faded, Yi Shiwen felt that the realm barrier of the celestial realm that had been suppressing him finally disappeared, and his realm cultivation finally broke into the celestial realm in one fell swoop, without any hindrance. Chapter 1473. Celestial Realm, First Level. Yi Shiwen's aura finally stepped into the celestial realm first level in one go, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, the energy of the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden elixir in Yi Shiwen's body had not been completely consumed. Even though Yi Shiwen was sent to the celestial realm first level, the huge amount of energy had not been exhausted yet. In one go, Yi Shiwen stabilized the celestial realm first level in one fell swoop, and was moving towards the peak of the celestial realm first level. The current Yi Shiwen was incomparably powerful, like a legendary god, standing between heaven and earth, suppressing everything. He finally stepped into the celestial realm. Now Yi Shiwen could finally experience his own strength. Originally, he needed to use all his strength to be able to shatter the space, but now he could easily shatter the space with just his physical strength. And at this time, not far away, The three Devil City lords were a little stunned the moment the heaven retribution disappeared. Disappeared? The heaven retribution of the celestial realm disappeared? For them, this was simply an extremely long period of time, even giving them the feeling that it was longer than the time they had experienced since birth. Every minute and every second was like a century of suffering. There was even a long period of time when they felt that this heaven retribution might never end. Although they themselves felt that this idea was absurd, it just gave them such a feeling. Now that it suddenly ended, they were a little not used to it. Is it really over? When they realized that it might really be over, their first thought was no longer to find trouble with Yi Shiwen and kill him in a weakened state. What kind of joke was this? Did Yi Shiwen look like he was in a weakened state? On the contrary, the current Yi Shiwen was not in the weakest state in history. On the contrary, he was in the most powerful state in history. His realm had stepped into the celestial realm first level, coupled with the tyrant body scripture, breaking through to the 10th level in one go, made his combat strength simply terrifying. Originally, they still had the confidence to suppress Yi Shiwen, but it still required 3 people to work together to kill him. But now Yi Shiwen, who had stepped into the celestial realm, gave them a terrifying feeling that they could not match him. At this moment, their first reaction was to scatter in all directions. They knew very well that they would certainly have some assurance if they chose to run away together. However, it was more likely that they would be caught by Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. Moreover, they had seen with their own eyes how Yi Shiwen had blown up that lightning man. They didn't think that the 3 of them would be a match for Yi Shiwen even if they joined hands. After all, Yi Shiwen wasn't an opponent at the same level as them. Where do you think you're going? Yi Shiwen sneered. A look of hatred flashed in his eyes. He could still vaguely remember the relief he felt when that old human woman had exploded in front of his eyes. And all of this was because of them. In order to force Yi Shiwen to come out, they had done everything they could to force him to come out. The first person Yi Shiwen caught up with was the Azure City Lord. He raised his long sword, raised his hand, and slashed out a shocking sword energy that was hundreds of meters long. Bang! The Azure City Lord dodged the most fatal sword energy at the critical moment. However, his entire arm was blasted into a bloody mist by Yi Shiwen's sword. At this moment, he didn't even dare to look back. He was simply scared out of his wits. Was this still a human who had just stepped into the heaven realm? He was simply a fierce god, a killing god. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. What revenge in the future? What revenge? Wasn't he still going to see Yi Shiwen again? This was too terrifying. He would rather not take revenge than see Yi Shiwen again. During this period of time, Yi Shiwen had basically become a nightmare in his heart. You think you can escape? Yi Shiwen saw that the Azure City Lord tore the void and was about to escape from the alternate space. He immediately clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. Boom! The surging fist power swept out and spread out endless energy waves, shattering the endless void. Even the Azure City Lord, who had already escaped into the alternate space, couldn't escape at all. He was hit by Yi Shiwen's fist power on the spot. Bang! He was directly blasted into a bloody mist by Yi Shiwen's fist. The blood in his body had been completely absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. At this time, Yi Shiwen turned his gaze to the great Demon City Lord and the original Demon City Lord. At this time, the 2 were almost scared to death. Originally, when they saw Yi Shiwen chasing after the Azure City Lord, they were secretly glad that this killing god really hated the Azure City Lord more and didn't take the initiative to attack them. Who knew that Yi Shiwen would actually kill the Azure City Lord so quickly? The Azure City Lord, who was so arrogant before, didn't even last 2 moves from Yi Shiwen before he was directly blasted to death. This kind of efficiency was simply frightening. This was a master at the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. He had stepped into the middle level of the Heaven Realm. He wasn't a chicken, duck, or dog, yet he was so casually slaughtered. Yi Shiwen We don't have a big grudge against you. As long as you let us go, we are willing to pay a ransom for our lives. What do you think?" At this time, the original Demon City Lord was relatively calm. He shouted while escaping, hoping that Yi Shiwen would let him go. "Ransom." Yi Shiwen said, "That's right, ransom. No matter how much you want, we can find a way to raise it for you. We were wrong this time. We won't provoke you again in the future." The original Demon City Lord saw that Yi Shiwen was somewhat tempted and immediately said, although this time he would have to bleed a lot, it was still better than losing his life. As for reneging on a debt, it was something that he had never thought about. The reason was very simple. The Azure City Lord had only ambushed Yi Shiwen once, and was chased until now, even losing his life. If they dared to not keep their word, then the consequences in the future would be terrifying. "Count my ass." Yi Shiwen spat out these words coldly. "Go repent to the humans that you killed." "Repent. We are willing to repent." At this time, the great Demon City Lord quickly shouted, "Well, then you can go to hell to repent." Yi Shiwen sneered, and the demon wings behind him directly stretched out. In an instant, he had already caught up with the great Demon City Lord, and suddenly stomped down. Bang! The great Demon City Lord had no time to dodge, and was directly trampled by Yi Shiwen's foot. The power of Tyrant Body that had entered the 10th layer was unimaginable. One stomp directly crushed the great Demon City Lord's body into pieces. Yi Shiwen directly slashed out a big hand. Except for the head, the other parts of the great Demon City Lord's body exploded into a mass of blood mist and was absorbed by Tianyuan Mirror. As for the head, Yi Shiwen put it away. This was the evidence that Yi Shiwen had beheaded a Celestial Realm 4th level devil. Then, Yi Shiwen immediately chased after the original Demon City Lord. Although the original Demon City Lord deliberately chose a completely different escape route from the great Demon City Lord, Yi Shiwen's speed was simply too fast after unfolding the demon wings. In an instant, he had already caught up again. Clang! The long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand crazily emitted a strong light. Then it split into countless sword lights in the void and combined into a sword lotus. Then it fell on the body of the original Devil City Lord with a thunderous sound. Boom! The original Demon City Lord's body was crushed into pieces on the spot by the countless sword lotuses and turned into blood mist, which was absorbed by Tianyuan Mirror. Suddenly, a loud roar came from Yi Shiwen's body, and then a huge demon shadow appeared from his body. It was none other than Yi Mo. But this time it was not Yi Mo's body, but a trace of Yi Mo's soul. Yi Shiwen, so much blood chi. How many devils have you killed? Yi Mo's face had a somewhat ecstatic look. This is the devil domain? So, you have entered the devil domain? Yes. Yi Shiwen made a long story short and told him about the things that happened after Yi Mo fell into a deep sleep. Yi Mo was silent for a moment and then said, "I can't help you with this matter now because I absorbed the blood chi of these celestial realm devils. I temporarily awakened a trace of soul. As for the main body, I don't know how long it will take. Originally, when you were in the devil domain, I wanted you to go to the lost land in the devil domain to find the Demon King's divine treasury. At that time, your cultivation will also have a huge improvement, but now it seems that the imperial court struggle is more important. I won't say much. During this time, you can only rely on yourself. I will soon fall into a deep sleep again." After saying that, Yi Mo's figure gradually began to disappear from the world. Yi Shiwen didn't care about it. Yi Mo's awakening at this time was indeed a great surprise for him. However, he also knew that it was impossible for Yi Mo to wake up now. At most, a wisp of his soul would be awakened. Lost Land. Yi Shiwen read this name. Since Yi Mo said this place, then it must be the place where the Demon King, whom he had followed before, had buried the divine treasury. But Yi Mo also refused to disclose more information. Even the several demon kings of the devil domain, Yi Shiwen still didn't know which demon king Yemo had followed. However, although he couldn't figure out these things, Yi Shiwen didn't think too much about it. He immediately unfolded the devil wings and flew towards the direction of the devil domain and the Yi clan's border. This place couldn't stay for a long time. The entire city of devils had been slaughtered by Yi Shiwen with the heavens' retribution. Such a big matter would soon alarm the higher-ups of the devil race, and at that time he was afraid that another investigation would be inevitable. Moreover, the imperial court struggle had already begun. Wait for me. Yi Shiwen's eyes were incomparably firm.